I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Well, folks, it's about that time of year. The iced coffee starts coming out. You know, the sunscreen gets applied more and more, and it's time for Verizon Valorant Game Changers. Welcome. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Dryad and Wyatt on the desk. And it feels like it's been forever. We've been going through the Swiss stage, Wyatt. We've been, going through it slowly week by week, and now we are officially here, finally, at the main event.
Yeah, for sure. No, this bracket is looking stacked. Like, so many teams that have really great players that are trading wins and losses throughout the Swiss stage. So there's some unpredictability. There's intrigue. There's star power. There's I can't think of any more. Dan, jump in. What else is there?
Yes, and we have the bracket for all of you to see today, to see exactly where we're going to go and how we got here and how we're going to get to the finals of our main event. Remember, we had kickoff. This is main event one. Dryad, looking at you, I think a lot of people are looking at that SRG game versus Ghost, kind of these two heavyweight named orgs. But then we also have some other, I'm looking at Swim versus Otters as well.
Absolutely. It is the first time that we are going to get the chance to see St. Otters. As we know, Sentinels is one of those teams that recently signed a Game Changers team, so that is going to be a fun one to look at. And also some of the teams that we've had in the past that we've recognized from last year, like Cat, FaZe, Warada, of course, Shopify, that we know and love, and we've been watching win for forever. And on top of that, you have a mix of players that you're going to recognize from both Game Changers and Challengers that are joining and playing for these teams like Puppy Thieves and Swim Trek. So I'm excited to see how this whole mix is going to play out going into the stage one.
And Wyatt, we've had a little bit of some roster shuffles here and there, some folks kind of switching sides, if you will. So it's gotten a little bit, I won't say dramatic, but it's gotten a little spicy here in the bracket.
The drama.
The drama.
Being traitors. That's crazy. Yeah, no, there's so many cool rosters in this tournament right now. Like there's a really nice mix of a lot of players that we've been seeing over the last year, 2 years, and then new teams as well, like talented new players. So I feel like this is kind of set up to be one of the better stages of GC. Like, it's looking fire.
I think that's a really easy agreement to make. I think everyone in chat will agree with you over in production, and even the players would agree with you, including the players of our first match today. I am so excited for this one, everyone. It is Warada versus FlyQuest. I think when you think of kind of like the quintessential Game Changers orgs that are not SR Gold, Dryad, you think of these orgs right away, especially Warada.
This is just because of last year. This Warada team has been really, really impressive. They managed to put a team together that was a lot of the players that in the past were able to win against Shopify and make it work out, make it all the way to the last chance qualifier and find success that way. I think Warada is just one of those that, as I feel like the phrase that we know them for is everybody asking to sign them because it hasn't happened yet. The worst position that they've gotten is a third place. That is playing kickoff for both years. That's playing stage 1 and stage 2. And now they look better than ever, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like, right now, I think we watched them in the LCQ a couple of years, it feels like forever ago, but it actually wasn't that long ago. I think I have a sticker, like you were saying, of signed Warada that I received at Masters Toronto, actually, Dan. Someone gave me a signed Warada sticker, but this was, I think, all of our hopes and dreams went to Warada, knowing that they deserved this opportunity, seeing them on stage with the jerseys. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but it was just great to see them on that stage.
Because it was last year, the first time that we had a last chance qualifier for Game Changers. So that allowed one team from Brazil, from Latin America, and from North America to fight for that last spot in GC. And this is the grand final that you're looking at. Everybody fighting. And that was an MIBR who ends up winning at the end. But a Warada that stays and keeps the roster pretty much the same from last year, just making a change on that duelist player. And everybody else, it feels like, has been playing together for so long. So the fact that they have a little bit more of that experience and you have the mix of everybody else coming together, it's setting them up for a really good stage.
They are looking good, and part of that gorgeousness that we see is from their newest player, Bunny Bee, which we have some stats we're going to throw up on screen for you in 2 seconds. Now, this is a player, I think, when I was talking about those roster changes, right, why the person I was kind of talking about was Bunny Bee, someone who was hot in Hikikomori before this, kind of joining into the Warada lineup, if you will.
Yeah, no, they've been incredible. The entering is good. The clutch percentage is crazy. 66.7% clutch win rate is ridiculous. And those aren't just 1v1s either. It's like 50% 1v2s. That is genuinely insane. Those are all the numbers throughout that Swiss stage. Crazy. My big question with Bunny Bee being like the primary Raze plus Neon, like about 130 rounds ran on each agent. Well, we're in the Neon nerf world now, so where do they go, right? Like, Raze is still super relevant, but Wadada have legit not played Phoenix once in the Swiss stage, which is a meta-defining agent. So I'm curious to see if Bunny Bee is going to be picking that up, and also that's just something I would like to see. I think that'll be beneficial for the team.
It is very likely, I feel like, Bunny Bee towards the beginning. I feel like she has been playing for forever, but she used to mainly play Raze, and then she became a bit more flexible, and it is what we're seeing right now. A lot of the Neon that we got the chance to see on that Swiss stage and also in Kickoff. But in general, what I like the most about this is that last year, when you look at the matches that she was playing, when she was playing for Kiki Magenta, she got eliminated on stage 2 by Wadada. And then when you look at what she was doing for Ghost Gaming in stage 1, she also got eliminated by Wadada in that last round. So it's finally she gets the chance to be on that winning side, and it is, I don't want to see an upgrade, but I think it's a player that fits really well compared to what Arya was doing for them last year, or even what Adora was doing when they played that LCQ.
I think that's a great way of putting it, right? Kind of, if you can't beat them, join them in a way, but also kind of finding your own style and finding your own way to fit, especially because when you have an Arya-sized hole in Wadada, it is hard to fill. But they will have their work cut out for them, because today they are facing none other than FlyQuest. I see Grim in chat celebrating. You know, everyone wants FlyQuest to do well. But enough from us. Let's hear from Jazzykins of FlyQuest.
Hey, I'm Jazzy, and I'm on FlyQuest, and I play Flex.
Back onto the angle, already stuck to half. Can't waste a bullet here with 5 left in the tank. Jazzy, 1 health now onto your Neon player, and Vanitas is looking the wrong way. FlyQuest are everywhere on the map. Of A in 3 swing. Oh.
I normally play Flash Initiator, but I also play basically any roles they want me to like fill in for.
At least you know where it is now, but 3 versus 5, you just don't have the manpower to get through this, or you don't.
This new meta coming up, it really fits our team because it does bring in a lot of other duelists like Phoenix. We see a lot of Phoenix now and like double duelists.
Players off guards. No one expects another swing in from Jazzy, who drops down and secures a 3K to tie things up.
He is an amazing IGL. You know, we've been putting a lot of work in. Obviously, we've had some hiccups throughout the stage, but going into main event, we're gonna do amazing.
Now the full pivot. All rides on Thea is gonna delay it. She came with a snake bite, and no one's gonna check the corner. It's easy like that. Was this an aim trader?
I don't know if honestly any team is a big threat right now. I feel like anything could happen. I don't think even Shopify is like a huge threat. I feel like any team is beatable. So, you know, I'm here for the win.
That is an incredible thing to say any team is beatable. And honestly, Dryad, when you think about it, when you look at the kind of the pieces of FlyQuest Red here, Jazzykins has a great point.
Absolutely. A lot of these players that you've heard of, not only from last year, but even before. And one of the players that I feel like is going to be the most exciting to watch is Thea. She's been part of this FlyQuest team for so long. And she, in the last year, became the IGL and has gotten a lot of experience. She's even gotten some international experience when they went to the Spotlight Series. And they won as well with her IGLing with a mix of FlyQuest and Envy. And now you have a mix of everything that just clicks for her so well. And like Jazzy said, she's a great IGL. I think you see it in the way that they're playing, and you see in the way that they're adapting and the way that they've been preparing, because they've been talking about it quite a lot.
And she has just gotten better and better. And part of this team that is kind of finding their success, or is finding their success, is Melia. But Melia and Starbound are the kind of the two star sentinels that we have for this match today. I think if you know Starbound on the side of Wadada, you know they play Chamber. You know they are the Star Chamber. But Melia is also a wonderful sentinel on the side of FlyQuest Red. That is going to be very exciting, kind of see that matchup, Wyatt.
Yeah, for sure. What's crazy to me, and why I wanted to talk about this head-to-head specifically, is that, like you mentioned, Starbound literally just plays Chamber 24/7 on this WOOF roster. Like, that is what they're known for. Chamber, and also like running the double Senti, even when it's not meta at all, right? But then you're looking at MEOW playing the traditional Sentinel roles. You're seeing the Viper, you're seeing the KJ, you're seeing the Cypher, and yet MEOW has been able to put up better numbers throughout the Stage 1 Swiss in terms of fragging, ACS, ADR. Like, that's crazy to be pulling that off against Starbound, who's one of the most dominant players historically in NAGC, and is playing a better agent for getting kills and doing damage.
This is going to be a good one because, like you're saying, while Starbound has been playing a lot of that Chamber, even last year we were wondering if they were going to be playing something else, and it just kept being that Chamber, and they kept finding success that way for the team. But for MEOW, like you're saying, it's not only Stage 1 that we're seeing on that Swiss stage, for even all the way back at kickoff. FlyQuest has been in Game Changers for so long, and for the first time ever playing for kickoff, they were able to win, and instead of getting that second spot, and a big part of it was MEOW. These two players were getting some of the top 3 stats that you saw overall in that tournament. But MEOW and the flexibility that this player has is definitely what made the team a bit more comfortable, even though I do have my questions on, well, if Neon is nerfed a little bit, if the shotguns are nerfed, how much more comfortable can Starbound get now?
I think that's the question, right? Riot brought it up earlier. We don't know how this is going to look, right? We know where we're going to go for our map picks and bans, but the meta is we're unsure about it. We've seen a couple things in Challengers, but that does not directly translate to Game Changers. So we don't know if, like, you know, maybe Starbound goes off the Chamber. Maybe, you know, pigs start flying. But Wyatt, going to go to you for this. Ascent are picked by Wadada, Split, and then if necessary, and only if necessary, we'll be going to Haven.
Yeah, so we have Ascent back in the pool, obviously, recently. Map 2 Split. That's a map where FlyQuest are 7-0 in recent times, right? They are just so dominant there. They run an off-meta comp with double initiator KO. Nobody plays on that map. And, you know, I'm kind of looking at the bans, too. Like, it, you know, makes a little bit of sense. Like, Pearl has been pretty good for both. I'm a little surprised to see Wadada themselves get rid of Lotus, though, because that's been a good map for them when they have where they have a unique approach with the double Senti, and I think there might have been an edge.
But also, one of the edges that they're going to have is towards the beginning, that map of Ascent. Yes, we haven't seen it since last year when they were playing in the last gens, but if you're going to have a Chamber one trick, I feel like this is one of the maps where they definitely felt the most comfortable. A lot of them went pretty far. They went to the overtimes, but it feels like for this team and keeping the roster pretty much the same as last year, you should be able to keep a lot of the composition the same and just trying to continue to find ways to enable Starbound.
Absolutely, and I think I totally agree with that. I think that is a Chamber paradise. You know, French, Italian, both in Europe, we love to see it. But friends, we're gonna have a quick update on the maps. The graphic is not correct, so let's quickly go through it. Ascent was picked by Wadada, Split was picked by FlyQuest Red, and the Deceiver will be Haven moving forward. But if the graphic was wrong for the bans, apologies for that. But the message here is the same. Right, we are going to Ascent that is a comfortable Chamber map, Dryad, and it is something I think I joked about, you know, like, oh, maybe we'll see Starbound off Chamber, but looking at these maps, I would be hard pressed to actually start believing that.
It's going to be hard. I'm excited to see, what compositions they're going to be playing if things are kept the same, because it can work for Wadada with Juno playing that Vice, and also Starbound continues to play on this Chamber. What is that duelist of Bunny B going to be playing? It is the new addition. It is going to be the first time that we see Bunny B with this team playing this specific map. And before, they were playing a lot of that Yoru when it made sense. And listen, we've seen that Yoru recently. We saw it in VCT. We see G2 kind of get away with it, but it's not going to be playing quite the same, especially when you just heard Jasikins on the other side for FlyQuest saying that these double duelist compositions is going to benefit them a lot more.
I'm going to imagine here that on Ascent for Wadada, we're definitely getting the Chamber. Obviously, I think we're going to get double Senti. This is one of the maps that double Senti was good on in the past. So yeah, there's Juno on the Vice. Wow, actually Starbound is picking up the Jet, not Chamber.
That's crazy.
Wait, I was right?
I mean, this is the Jet map historically, and they are leaning into the Phoenix. And as of right now, the Phoenix win rate in non-mirrors across this stage, VCT, whatever, has been insane. So even just like kind of based on that, I think there's a logic to favoring Wadada here.
I mean, Dry, gonna go to you. I think we both at the same time went, what, when we saw that Starbound Jet. Any specific thoughts on it?
I just think it's really funny how this is like when I'm the most comfortable. Like, yeah, they're gonna keep playing Challenger for sure. They've been doing it for like 2 years. They're gonna keep doing it, and of course, Starbound is gonna be picking up the Jet. Of course, it makes a lot of sense. You see how much the Jet is played here. It's very similar game when it comes to the operator and the way that Starbound in the past was trying to have a little bit of mid control, how far they were pushing around catwalk, and so this Jet is going to continue to enable pretty much the same, but you also have that extra support of Bunny Bee that I don't think we've seen very much on that Phoenix, and that is why I was talking about the Phoenix win rate in general, but specifically on this map has been great across most of the regions. It feels like the more that we get to see it, the more that teams are willing to experiment with it. So now it makes even more sense that Wadada is picking this map, and how everything else is being kept up, with Juna still being on that Vice, and Pixel and Astralis keeping those same roles.
Well, folks, let's stop talking about it and start watching. Verizon Valorant Game Changers starts right now. I'm going to send it over to your casters, Goppers, and Zobi. Friends, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. I'm super excited. Listen, it's been a while, Zobi, since we've been back on the Game Changers desk, but we got exciting things in play so far. Composition changes coming through from a team that has been testing the water so far.
Yeah, 100%. As someone who missed out on the kickoff broadcast, I'm glad to be here for the kickoff rematch, right, from those upper bracket finals. And in a, like you mentioned, whole new meta. And we were talking about, like, okay, is Australis going to be in the deadlock or the Sova? Are they going to break that formula? But this is where none of us thought we were headed. But it also makes sense, right? Starbound started their career as a duelist and circled back instead to the Senti because of team necessity. So this is going to be leaning back into that comfort, I think, a lot. It is unexpected as well, so Fly might not be prepared for it, and that's just going to place a lot more pressure though on Juna, who also picked up the Senti this stage. Again, Swiss was all about experimentation. On the other side for Fly, I was thinking through the idea of like the double duelist meta like Jazzy mentioned, so I like the Clove aggression on top of Edis, and I can't wait to see them duke it out here in map 1 Ascent. And whew, speaking of aggression, Fly triple quad, I can't count, scaling into tiles, and we'll just say there's lucky no one home for Wadada.
Yeah, trying to look for both quality and quantity here. But it already seems like the A site has been fully executed on for Wadada. Obviously, the main implementation that FlyQuest are trying to do are just try to get that retake. But Thea just seen over top that information's given away.
Yeah, glad they didn't get picked off there, but I was curious, how far were Wadada gonna go? And it is a team effort to fight into heaven here.
Okay, this is a full-blown 5v5 intrigue. Already the first one being given away to Bunny B. Everybody on Wadada looking to make something happen. Luckily enough, the right click's going to aid in that endeavor. But Wadada, in seconds, just managed to get at least 2 players standing and everybody else down here for Fly.
Yeah, that was a nice reactive, I think, paranoia from Thea, but it was more to encapsulate and shut down the aggression. It didn't really flip the script and allow them to re-engage into that heaven stack from Wadada. So, again, Fly was very pacey, but so were Wadada, answering back in that post-plant. And I didn't expect them to be so similar in that regard on the attack versus the defense here already out the gate, but Wadada just did it better and come away with that pistol win. We get to see what that first picture buy looks like, and I'm never upset to see Power with a Hero Vandal in the second round, Goppers.
Oh, I don't think anyone would ever be. I would say Power Pixel is one of the strongest contenders for just in general within Game Changers. Obviously, they're aiming insane isolations, fights, whatnot. IGLing, yeah. It's crazy what Power Pixel can do, especially now sitting on site by themselves on this round. I'm just putting full reliance on that.
All right. There we go. I like how they metered the aggression, waited to see if there was any kind of eco gamble stock from Fly to push out aggro like they did on the pistol. But with 4 players for Fly A side, once again, Wadada feel like they're going to be executing onto a pretty much deserted site. Ev was the only early form of contact here into B main. And I'm more surprised that Wadada have slowed down and are now backpedaling off of Australis' mid space.
Not as aggressive originally. I know that we've seen a slight duelist change here. Not really, obviously, Bunny B just kind of standing on that Phoenix, but I will say Jet feels a little bit more of that aggressive type player.
I mean, they're still second round with the sniper, right? It's going to be more Bunny on the entry. Starbound still with that refrag. And speaking of those refrags, we need to see one here. Ev, good taking down one with them, but ultimately B-site will fall to Waterda. So it's going to be that full-scale retake from FlyQuest.
Looking to make some sort of development, obviously, with the unfortunate door. Well, it is up to Starbound to try to make something happen here. Here comes Paranoia, not really doing too much work. The effort being put in towards Edith, but Wadada, they make a really good force up towards site and manage to take it.
Yeah, I like the smoke there from MEOW to get them out of that choke. I like them actually capitalizing off that paranoia to make some scaling there, but it's ultimately Juna, who again, we had some questions about what her stability was going to look like on this solo Senti roll over the accompanying chamber, and from main, that offside presence, the Arcro's timing was a perfect counter, and she's posing to be a threat here, at least for their attack side. But this is where those weapons carried over are going to start mattering. Edith already with the operator, the full Vandals for FlyQuest Red. Waterdaw, we'll see if they are expecting it. And I like the defaulted approach here. Some early util invested as well to sell it.
Now, One Way's going to do Thea a slight favor here. I do like they have that sort of refract potential with their positioning for FlyQuest, but that back off's going to have to come in handy.
Right. All triggered early. Waterda, Starbound finds that opening kill here already. Again, that's the benefit of this slower lurky style, and it shows Starbound is going to change their playstyle to meet the agent necessarily from the chamber openers. And yeah, they're just looking for those slip-ups from Fly, those over-aggression points, and already found one, and Gina's looking for another B main, while the regroup for Waterda is headed towards A site, since after that hot hands, after that fake TP, Waterda have contacted into A main now.
Approach through smoke. I mean, they have it, though. Not really any sort of alarm that's going to set off once they do make that approach towards A.
I'm more surprised that Fly gave up A and are playing more for that retake element. And I mean, Gina's going to further sell that this could be the B pivot with only 30 seconds left.
Oh, beautiful shots too. I mean, damage made towards the B site. Gonna make it slightly harder maybe for FlyQuest if Waterda can hit those shots, but there is that hero Vandal that we see on Bunny B.
And Bunny B is going to take that Vandal and the run it back probably and get aggressive in this post plant, right? You know you're down weapons. This could flip the numbers that are even right now.
That's something we have to see in order for them to really get this 3-0, but it's unfortunate. Bunny B immediately shut down, and now it's up to everyone on FlyQuest to slowly push themselves onto the site and convert this round into their favor, but that 2v2 is left standing in their way. So Bunny B, no flashes, nothing left to utilize. Smoke now coming in the way, so it makes it harder. There's nothing they can do to really gather that information other than waiting to listen. And Power Pixel with an insane shot to keep the game going. Ev coverage from behind, and now trying to make this theirs. Can Waterda take this 3-0? And all it's up left to is that defusal, but it's not going to come in. The time is of the essence, and unfortunately for Fly, I mean, they really can't keep that round.
Yeah, again, it's a round that starts so strong with those set play retakes off a clean util from Fly, right? That Paranoia tree side connects on to that aggro push they attempted, and that's after they understood the run it back was coming, but it's that secondary aggression from Australis, that two-piece with the Spectre, and then the follow-up, I think, and the post-plant positions, and if Power did fall with that Bandit from main, I still think would have gone FlyQuest's way in that 2v1, even with Bunny being that Hero Vandal tucked away in hell, but again, what could have been transpires in the past, because Waterda are up 3-0, money is sour for Fly, and they look like they want to go for a little tiles crunch action for this eco.
Which would be nice. Unfortunate reality being, you know, we've kind of lost out on that Bunny B run it back, but they are so well endowed, right, in terms of their money. So this is going to be quite exciting to see what they can do here down in mid. I mean, all in all, right, Waterda on FlyQuest, they've had pretty much the same run.
Yeah.
You know, they are very, very similar, I'd say, in terms of skill set. They've lost to the same teams, won to the same teams, so pretty interesting to see them kind of compete now in this playoffs, but first one down is going to have to be Juno.
Yeah, I feel like Jazzy's won all of these head-to-heads versus Juno, even now with the worst off weaponry, so again, it mentions that backward stability of a lurk player that Juno's still working in that skill set on. Jazzy tried to double down and find out Power, but would have been dangerous than Spike as they're leaning back into the double duelist, so trying to make this mid opening.
And there goes does flash. Nice flash on Bunny, and then refrag potential again coming through from Starbound, having to make that classic transition. That's going to be unfortunate, but it's good, right? Positioning from both sides. Obviously, FlyQuest looking to respond very, very quickly.
Wow, the ecos, though, coming through from Jazzy in particular, the GC Sheriff, alive and well already in round 4 of our main event broadcast. And yeah, I don't know if I like the split approach there. Why did I usually go for the cautious defaulting where they aren't giving those ones away, or it's literally only Starbound peeking into that? But there they gave those away like left, right, and center, right? And again, they need to put June in those positions to go beyond those forward lurk timings, but it's more, again, they left Power alone. And it's also going to be those kinks that you're working out with a double duelist of Starbound and Bunnybee working together on those timings, versus it's traditionally been Bunnybee solo kind of diving in off of some initiator util. So that's going to take some learning curve action for sure, Gompers, but again, Waterda still decent lead here. Surprisingly more so that the money full resets here, and that's gonna give Fly confidence even swing into the A main fight.
Okay, this is a great opening though, because FlyQuest, Zoe have been struggling very, very badly when it comes to their first engagements. Finally able to pick one off. Now just really having to hold this entry, and it is plausible, right? Jazzy now taking out Starbound. The only duelist left is down, and they have to continue keeping the site under wraps, and that is exactly what they will do.
Wow, and yeah, that looks a bit scrappier from Waterdog, and they're accelerating into a stacked site, very different from the few rounds they were able to secure that post plant where it was deserted, it was gifted, where Fly was playing that retake a bit more leniently, right? And I think this is a great switch up already. It speaks to the confidence, it speaks to them realizing the first few rounds had some issues that they've now worked through, and yeah, really nice double there off of Jazzy's contact. So this is going to be that big round for Waterdog. They can cement themselves, or if we get that tie 3-3, that's for the ults as well that block down, and that Hunter's Fury from Ev have to come in clutch for Fly, and they were going for an aggro fake Gompers towards the A space. They're trying to find Thea, who found that opener up against the Solace in the last, and maybe even open up Juno for that deeper lurk timing. But again, look, it's clockwork. Jazzy's trying to disrespect it.
Again, really hard for Wadada to get through that double controller, as you can see. It's not something that they can take lightly, especially with Melia being a very, very good contender against Wadada with their performance previously. But as that entry starts to follow and blossom, we are going to see that apologies, not showstopper. The ultimate come through from Sova. It is gathering some sort of information and damage, but it's not necessarily doing too much here. So it's up to FlyQuest to make that retake happen. Edith up towards top, making the up their own and finding that. Obviously, the ultimate coming through. My apologies. Now we're seeing Jazzy take the lead. So here for Wadada, it's only 2 players left, and the player advantage, I mean, slowly dwindling.
Narrowly got to main. Bunnybee has snuck out, and I'm so surprised they didn't destroy the lockdown, but now they frame themselves in a decent position to try and close this out. Numbers in Fly's favor. Bunnybee peeking one off, but unfortunately gets the trade secured, and it's down to Power, the stability element for Wadada. Hunter Fury came online with that kill and is going to utilize that, ideally to finish things out. Worried about the timing and the 7 bullets left in the magazine. But Sova versus Sova, they're going to play this down to the timing. Ev cannot get it to half just yet, but there should be enough time regardless to finish out the round to tie us 3-3.
That's what we need to see. Now there is a little bit more proactivity, right, in regards to that retake. Before, it did feel a little messy. You know, obviously getting used to the tempo, the timing what it are bringing about, but getting onto the site was a lot easier, especially with the timed utility and that Hunter's Fury in addition.
Yeah, I'm more surprised Bunnybee didn't realize that the ult was so out in the open and utilized the run it back to cancel that directly, because that would have completely changed the post-plant positions that looked so decent for Wadada after you mentioned the Hunter's Fury kind of threw it off a little bit without finding that necessarily kill impact. But little Stinger Force, maybe to accompany with the Steel Garden. Death Ball approach into the A site this time around.
Oh, very, very quick. I mean, Starbound, listen, we're seeing it work, and it's happening very, very quickly for Wadada. That aggression and that tempo keeping them in charge. So they have the site. I mean, they're able to really put a little bit of fear here in FlyQuest, especially with the dwindling numbers. Starbound doing numbers here with the Vandal and finding a third. So they've kept Edith in this weird cage where it's a debate. Do I save the op or do I continue this push?
Question of why did I remember that the ops part of the equation from the shadows will gift them that answer, but while the blades come out, Starbound's position is too far forward for prediction, and just like that, wanted to answer a previous Thrifty that got Fly on the board with one back to re-secure the lead. And yeah, that's a crazy way when it seemed like Fly had finally broken the mold for sure, Gompers, and because Fly have yet to find that consistent element and flip the map into their favor, Coach Joe is going to go ahead and call that first time out. And I mean, let's talk a little bit then about Coach Joe and this team, right? This was one that was built, again, from past relationships. It was built from some trialing. That's how Edith got introduced into this core. And they even had those trial runs in some off-season events. And I think that's where it's culminating in such a strong roster that's been kept between kickoff to now. And even they boot camped it up, right? One of the, I think only 2 orgs boot camping here for main event. So trying to get the vibes up for this roster. I already saw some content over on Thea's page. But yeah, this is going to be another big important swing round because you lose this round. You might have 2 rifles forced up, Gompers, but you ideally want to lean into Melia here. And again, I think the early aggression, the early anchoring is where Fly has shined the most, Gompers. These retakes, they've been hit or miss. So let's then address the retakes, Gompers. What do you think is consistent from previous Swiss matches that's coming up here, or they need to fix?
I'd say there is a lack of consistency with. I do feel like Ev is a little bit more proactive with their util here. I'm not seeing it as much on the Sova, so kind of really wanting them to utilize that timing a bit more, because we've seen I mean in many times before Edith be led on by Ev as that main initiator, as that honestly instigator, right, in regards to getting onto the site. So I do feel like maybe on the A, allowing that assistance for those retakes, as that is, I mean, technically where we are lacking the most right now.
Well, Warda, Starbound has the operator out in full swing, a trophy from that win last round up against Edith. And again, they're going to be leaning into these openers, punishing these overexertions, because they're maybe expecting that change of pace from Fly. Again, not wanting to play to that retake, you might get over-aggressive, overzealous, over-peak. And while they are taking that A main space with the duo scaling, it is playing a bit more far forward than we've seen in the previous few rounds. It's being evaded by this B start.
And I do like the shock dart initially, you know, to just enhance some of that damage, but it's unfortunate. You lose Jazzy. Now a majority of the utility on the B side is pretty much gone, and the Steel Guardian's going to back off that pressure on the B side, so that's going to be a very easy take unless Ev can do something. But 2 players now down here on the side of FlyQuest, and there is some sort of initiation, and we're really trying to keep things going, but it's unfortunate. Overkill now going to just completely disappear here from Elia, and it keeps these 3 players at bay waiting for something to happen.
It'd be a nice retake strategy, though, ideally for Melia, with this not dead yet. Have to wait for Thea to get into position. A good paranoia through lane could set up the retake, but you look at Melia, you look at Eos, and they feel like they're not far enough into the site just yet for that.
I know. All they have to do is get on site. The smokes quartering Starbound in, knowing there's potential for the ult to be here, but Honeybee that finally have received their own utility, and it's unfortunate it gets completely shut down. They're running back no longer, and they have to wait for the back site, but they've completely smoked Starbound off, and all they can do is spray to do whatever they can to take these players out. But FlyQuest, the retakes, they're now looking more fulfilling.
Yeah, that was, again, they played it to their own tempo. They played off the Clovolt very successfully. But you can also attribute, obviously, to some wadded up mistakes along the way, right? Starbound not really getting a good op line, and more so Bunny being that ult wasn't really secured. It could have been Boathouse. It could have been on a lot better line that wasn't tradable, wasn't punishable. After losing that initial engagement already against Melia, that gave her life back. So, all in all, again, back to 4-on-4. We knew this was going to be a buzzer beater style of an opening to Game Changers North America main event 1 and these upper semifinals. And I will say, Waterda, when they start losing default rounds, they speed it up. They go for these death balls, and Ops here to receive.
And I think they're handling the death balls really well there for FlyQuest, and they're kind of expecting it now, but Starbound, you know, ultimate down. Unfortunately, the Kunai aren't going to be enough to get themselves fully situated on the A site. It's going to have to be Bunny B to really back that up.
Yeah, the trades for Waterda on these side anchors has been so good. And even the punishment of those extraneous players, we'll call it, for Fly, that aren't necessarily part of the retake, but aren't part of the site anchor either, like we saw with Melia. And now they know Jazz's position, now they know Ev's position, and they should be able to structure the numbers advantage accordingly.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see, right? That proactivity with the utility. So drone comes by, Jazzy has a little bit more information to work off, and the damage is there, but there needs to be more. Ev has to push in this moment, especially with the damage now that we're seeing, and only one player left, and it's another round for Fly, so they've caught on.
Yeah, that brief timing of the one-way on Jenny allows Jazzy to take that angle to kind of isolate those two players, and it was a nice addition, and that's where you kind of saw Wadada get tied up in their own calling, right? It almost looked like they wanted to double swing into Jazzy, but they were unaware of how deep Ev was out heaven, and that's kind of where you want to see that joint commitment from them. You usually see that joint commitment from them where they like to play forward in the post. They have that confidence behind them when they have numbers, and I do think if they took either of those engagements a bit earlier, it wouldn't have been that isolation effort that Fly leveraged into that disadvantage retake, that 2v3 won for the lead.
Yeah, pressure on both sides definitely makes you know, it a lot harder to play the 2v3, right? So I completely agree. I am excited though, especially now that they're getting a good kind of tempo with the retakes, right? So it's getting a lot harder. Wadada now have to adapt.
And that adaptation comes from taking mid space early instead. If you can't take through the main traditional avenues, try to surprise them through a tree. And there, the timing here is everything. Finding this kill with Rob smokes for the site take.
Yeah, now Edith, smoke is down. They're trying to make some sort of one-way action happen here. It's not going to be too easy though, right? Because Spike is there, and they know there's at least 3 players standing over on the A site, so that rotation's going to have to start to come through.
Yeah, you definitely have to pivot here. You know, the ops here, you know, they have full main control. I like the faked presence here, but it's from your Spike Bear and your Sova, with that util could come in clutch. But it's so weird to see Water. Sometimes they play Starbound the traditional op looking for opening kills, and other times it's that double duelist dive, and you see the trade-offs of what happens because of that.
Yeah, our previous duelist now doing duelist things on the Killjoy, right? So I mean, champ for a reason. So very, very good asset there coming through from Jazzykin. And it's exciting. FlyQuest, they're looking better than ever. They're looking comfortable, and they're getting used to Wadada.
Yeah, Jazzy's been that stability player 100%. And again, when we look at that now, Cinti head-to-head for this map specifically, you know this is a player that has successfully flexed from a duelist to a Senti to flashes for this team. And again, it's like Wadada are still working through that flexibility that's been like conditioned for years now on some of these Fly players' side. So Kingfrad calling that first time out now for Wadada. Again, they tried the pivot, they tried the mid fight, it didn't work.
Yeah.
And again, I just want to see a bit more layered utility. Again, they're preying on Fly to make these mistakes, and Fly no longer are. So again, when you have the double duelist, you need to stack it. You need to curveball Starbound into a dive. You need to leverage a double flash, maybe even with the arc rows. And that's where I do think that this composition isn't necessarily scary in that regard for Wadada, but it is Ascent, so I don't think they ever are. And that leans back to as well Ascent being kind of defense leaning to begin with. So again, I think Wadada get 1 or 2 more rounds here off of this timeout, and they're pretty smooth sailing a lot, aside from those questions of how June is going to do as a side anchor on the defense.
Yeah, and your 3 most consistent standing players are going to obviously be Australis, Juna, PowerPixel, right? You're allowing your duelists to go in. They're doing their job getting the entry. Now it's really about fixing up that post plan. I mean, 2 rounds left. There is a lot of potential to really take this 6-6 in. So, and you can kind of see that they are adjusting, right? With somewhat trying to find out what that mid control is looking like.
Yeah. Well, Wadada wants this half already, utilized the half stinger by to get a thrifty that got them the lead back. Let's see if it can help correct the track towards the 6-6 half it again.
Oh, shot down. So that's noise up in mid.
And again, Fly put so much pressure on Thea in this A main hold, and she has delivered every time. And I feel like that's something I wanted to see if Wadada adjust, was more A main presence, but they're still committed to this tree fight. The closer angles favor these stingers, but okay, paranoid's nice.
Yeah.
But again, now it's gone.
Yeah, and the smoke coming in a bit too late, so it's just a complete denial from Fly. That shouldn't have even happened either, right? Paranoia comes down. They had the advantage, but somehow Melia just absolutely destroys on the gun.
Last round.
And it circles back to, we didn't see that fix from Wadada. Fly now have 2 flawless rounds back to back for a confirmed lead at the half. And I'm remembering like earlier in the half, didn't they have Bunny B and Australis grouped up for that A main take to begin with? We had that hot hands on the A main choke early. We were having curveballs around the one way. Like I don't know why they departed from that, because obviously Fly then changed to, instead of giving that space up, fighting for it after the fact. So all that to say, Wadada maybe some backwards progress here, but still a chance to have a respectable half with that 7-5. these rifle buys.
They're getting.
Hey, there's more A main.
Interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say very interesting that A main is the approach, but Spike kind of settling over towards B. Information now. It's hard because you do have Killjoy util B, but then you're getting completely stopped A.
Yeah, it just looks like they're orb farming at this point for Bunny being that run it back. You set the deep rows, you get the DP control, and you thought they would double back to end there, but now they've got no retaliation, no re-swing, it feels like, from Thea. I like the A end call as long as the util is on point, as long as they break this nice corner that Melly is tucked away in.
Run it back.
You get a premonition that this is gonna be bad.
It's gonna look so. Maybe. I mean, listen, they funneled and then Melia just did their job, right? So, and Paranoia's coming through. Edith somehow up towards heaven does get a shot off with the off, but they can't even get past smoke. They are demolished.
That's why, even though there's no reason for it necessarily, Gompers, you just get a feeling that something's gonna go really badly, and then it does at times, right? We see the high-low, we see the corner that can get cleared, and I don't even know if it was like Edith getting that kill through smoke or before the smoke, but that was already gonna take a major win condition off the table with the run it back. All in all, again, Warda, we thought this, Gompers. There was a risk inherently with picking Ascent. Again, Fly had also floated it much like Warda in the Swiss as a map 3 after it was introduced late into the Swiss stage. So they were prepared for it. Versus maybe maps that were less repped, were less successful, we'll call them, in Fly's repertoire, that were strong, like Pearl, like Fracture, that maybe got banned out first. And we're seeing maybe the repercussions of that, but again, until we see the defense side from Warda, I don't want to call anything Gompers. So let's see how this pistol goes. Again, Warda got the first one of the series.
Yeah, and already early damage, which is going to look pretty nice on holding that entry back. Just going to have to wait for it, though. It does seem like Paranoia comes through in a just timely fashion, but the wall is up. Juna has no idea that there's Edith waiting to be taken out. And finally, they do manage to do so. So, FlyQuest, it's up to them to really just keep that post plan.
We talked about how Juno would do as an egg. We didn't even talk about power, right? Even on the Sova is a threat. Found one and then some onto S. These players are low and can maybe be leveraged off of Paranoia swing and that additional flash in Bunny B's arsenal.
I mean, they already had, information knowing that they were going to have to pick somehow somewhere. Two blinds coming through on both sides, and Thea left alone towards the backside, so there's going to be 6 health left, and a blind that keeps Thea out in the open.
Yeah, that's that thorough Utah the retake that was thankfully left for Warda to leverage even the numbers disadvantage situation. And that's where the chip damage found along the way contributes to another pistol round for Warda. And all right, we're starting to see maybe how the team, despite not running a double senti, is going to pick up the slack for each other on this defense, right? It's not all on Juna pressure-wise. Again, Power's very committed to the site alongside her, and they played off that Vice util well for those openers and trusted in the rotates to close it out. And let's see then what they do with another buy and another hero rifle this time. Not in Power's hands, but Bunny B's. And you have that little trap, but with the early smoke on the choke, they're going to have to respect this take. And I like how you can like mimic the setups of the Killjoy and the Vice, just like split up, and it's like Thorns instead of the Molly, right? We saw this exact position of the Thorns on aim with a swarm grenade from Jazzy last half, and that's fun. That despite the comp differences, the theory transfers, but all in all, it just feels like Fly, it's not just like a throwaway round, but they're going to take the orbs, they're going to deathball and just see what happens. And I do think testing Juna's kind of tolerance here on this B side is going to be a great use of this eco.
Yeah, Juna sitting alone, especially, I mean, wall positioning was a bit quirky, especially since everybody else could pretty much catch up Juna in that specific regard, but now the wall has come up and gives Juna a little bit more space to work with. And a flash is there. We're kind of waiting for that to be initiated, but unfortunately it's not. So FlyQuest getting some shots through the smoke, and it leads them to, honestly, a better advantage. 2 weapons down on the B site. Some sort of rework coming through from Warda, but they can't get through. 12 half out on Power Pixel, and it's not enough.
Yeah, that is rough for Fly to Thrifty in the second round of the half when they were up 8-4. And it really came out of that pause once they got into Switch, once they got into stairs towards that mid door, right? Didn't expect it, then utilize. There's no one to punish because Power's droning, and they kind of rushed that retake, it felt like. They tried to pull a fast one over on Fly, and Fly just seemed prepared. So, yeah, maybe we're going to see them that step back from Wadada, or the flip side would be to fight forward. For now, though, it's Nico. Anything goes. In fact, 4 players gambling this B site. Again, they know that Fly was going to try and address the less experienced role-wise players in the server. Like this B site, like where Juno Soul anchoring, and exactly what's happening.
Yeah. Juno's learned their lesson. They're here for revenge, all right? Ooh. And revenge that shall not be today. Unfortunately not, but maybe next time, I do believe. It is a save round, so all in all, I give effort, I give a plus to the creativity.
Yeah, the shorty on the close angle. And then maybe you would speed up, not expecting the stack to be here because the Senti is so forward playing. That's maybe the main idea.
Yeah. And I mean, positioning there was really good. Unfortunately, they're very, very late to it. Power Pixel, who really should have just wide swung that off that hunt, but now they've lost out on the fight and they're getting shot down like it is nothing. Fireworks are bursting for Fly because they have just won another round.
The Melee and Ev full house flawless is going to be a great way to get up to double digits, and it circles back to something the desk mentioned as well, with Melia being like on top of the stats, even passing Starbound when they both were on kind of these lurks and T kind of roles with the Chamber, with the Viper. And I think it's funny to see that both of them have now turned into more aggressive style agents in different capacities, right? The Glove not necessarily a duelist, but has been that primer entry, it feels like, alongside Edith, right? Was the one that contacted there, even into Juna. And yeah, Starbound obviously on that Jet, which has been a bit quiet. And what sucks about that second round 30 going awry is it's delayed now, the buy-up of the operator you really want to see from Starbound on this defense. That's going to be their calling card, their stability element, right? You know that they'll hit those shots. And I think that's why this timeout's coming through, because they need at least this round 1 to kickstart the money, to grow into that element that's going to be ideally hard for Fly to shut down right at the gate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but your top player, Melia, now has an opportunity to revive themselves and be a part of, you know, the bigger picture as well. So that in itself is a bit scary, especially with the impact we've been seeing Melia have. 8 assists, right? 19 kills. Definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, last one again was kind of a crazy shuffling around, right? When we talked about both ults being invested, it was that B retake. So hope Wada has learned how to navigate it, but this is that big buy round after the delayed start from the second round. Thrifty Fly through their way. So we'll see what it looks like. And you talked about obviously the not dead yet for Melia, but Bunnybee's also one off here too. So they're going to probably fight for this A main, fight for this orb, and it's going to be up again to Thea to hold her own, which she's been doing so well this map for Fly alongside Jazzy. And for now, again, Fly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're just cycling these slow B starts, these fast beat pops, and it's been nice. Yeah, and with, I mean, information already given away, they see 4 players here on the B site, so there is a slight rotation on the A. So this is a perfect moment for Fly to, you know, make that slight rotation. It's kind of still framing it though for B side, B split energy. So answers are on the mind for Wadada. There, smart to get out of dodge, but it does concede that ult orb that we mentioned is going to be pivotal on this B retake if the double anchor falls. With this high-low lane off the walls, creative. Yeah, but I'm in love with the, you know, the takedown towards mid. Instead of going A, they did something a bit, you know, unpredictable. They're now pushing over towards the B site with power on both ends. Yeah, so well timed. Yeah, now run it back finally does make its way. Bunnybee doesn't open up with any sort of flash, so it does unfortunately let them go down. And on the extremities, it's just 3 players here from Wadada. Barely any utility that can be used. Australis maybe with a paranoia that it can allow them towards the B site, but they have to position themselves. Got stripped away by the Clovelt, right? That second layer, even though it gets traded, is huge. Now it's going to deter Star and Bunnybee from this retake because there's no flashes left after that run it back. No, unless we can see a kill come through. Right, from Bunnybee. Then that can completely change the pace of things. But it does come through. Finally, the flash, but Bunnybee is taken down in Starbound. Only a smoke left to use here, and it doesn't even smoke the entirety of the entryway. Jazzy, perfect positioning to keep the round in clutch. I love the aggro timing there, right? Starbound was going to clear those angles one at a time and was eventually going to lock in where Jazzy was tucked away. So huge shutdown at the time out of that big buy round, big ult round as well with that run it back from Wadadot. It feels like their chances at salvaging this map, their map pick, are starting to slip away. And I don't even want to see what this buy is going to look like after the replays, golfers, because yeah, it is not pretty.
Now, 2 top frags, though, you know, like, I believe, it really does just take one, you know, one player to do everything for the team. Unfortunately, that one of those players are down, so it's really up to Starbound in this moment.
Yeah, that's the Guardian down. Not really in a salvageable position. Let's want to give Edith another chance. Double down. And we saw Waterdog get away with this deep A re-clear, but I do like setting the hero rifle on a little off angle.
Position is perfect.
They saw that. They had to have.
Wow. Well, that's a good opening either way. You know, I do believe that's actually the weapon down that they can pick up. So, unfortunately, the hole that they thought they could have had here for Wadadot completely broken. And, I mean, all it's up to is just trying to keep that match point. So, it's not necessarily going to happen, unfortunately. So, that flawless does come through. It's a dire situation, right? It's not just about the 12-5. It's the mental, too.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of mental, how many of these rounds have been flawless for Fly out of these 12? Like, at least a third or a fourth of them have been. It's like 3 or 4, right, out of the 12, which is crazy way to be winning these rounds when that's kind of how Wada started the series off, right, with the 3-0 start, with, again, looking like they were going to be the dominant team coming into a pick with a new comp, and it has since transpired into disaster. Really off that second round Thrifty going Fly's way. No op, no stability. Now the ults are in Fly's favor along with the perpetually broken buy of Wadada to close out this map in pretty quick one-sided fashion, I'd argue.
Very one-sided, especially, I mean, the changes too. It is a pretty big significant change for Wadada. You know, testing out new things, now trying to allow Starbound to play on the jet, which I think they've been doing spectacular at, by the way.
And talked about it. Early old investment from Fly to try and secure this round. Obviously, the 100 Fury was used on a false trap from Power, so no counter ability here. It's going to have to be the full-blooded retake. Yeah, the lockdown, I will say, though, the execution on that lockdown a bit late. They can pretty much retake at whatever pace they please for Wadada. Yeah, full trusters in Edith going to make that space. And speaking of making space, Melly again is aggro in these posts. No util to contribute. Why not?
A whiff! A whiff! And that would have been the game changer. Really, it's unfortunate because now you got 2 players left in Power Pixel with the Odin. You can get some sort of spray through here. But, I mean, FlyQuest are aware. They are positioned in locations where it feels like the stress is going to be too much.
Yeah, you have Hunter's Fury and you have Stalls on the wrap. It's wrapped.
Gosh, they got to get it done. Luckily enough, Australis does make some numbers happen, but timing is of the essence here. 2v2 and 1 more enemy remaining. But can they do it? The time is there. They have to stick it. They cannot leave that spike or it is game over. And that is exactly what it will be. The round win coming through from FlyQuest is absolutely insane. They played amazing here.
Yeah, I don't think I anticipated this being such a one-sided map. Again, I always would err on picking a map you are comfortable with, you are strong on, even if you think the enemy team might have some prep against you on it, then testing a completely new comp, a new map, returning to the pool in a main event. And yeah, their split is okay, and they might be able to answer back in map 2, and even then you have the luxury of a lower bracket run, which I think they had the resiliency too, wanted to know when to lock in and get it serious, but I think we just saw too stark of a learning curve on, again, the coordination between the double duelist, even though they individually were fragging. That was more when Starbound was playing that kind of lurky duelist, much like they used to play the Chamber. And again, we saw some of those issues again with the standalone ability of Juna at times when in that head-to-head versus Jazzykins.
Yeah, well, we're going to a map that's quite familiar for both of these teams. We're going to split, guys, so please do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We heard Jazzy say that she wants the win, and she helped FlyQuest get there first, stealing what it is map pick. Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Dan and Wyatt on the desk. And if you're just joining us, Starbound played Jet, Melia was on Clove. We were in the upside down, things were wild, and we have a stolen map pick. But right away, Dan, it was a map that just seemed, at first it seems like a very what a map, looking at this timeline that the audience can now see. And then all of a sudden, FlyQuest just turned up and just took it home.
For sure, when we went into it, we talked about how this is a map that made sense for Warda, maybe expecting the chamber, but even as we saw that Jet being played, that still made sense for how much Starbound is playing with the operator. But the more that we got to see it, the better we got the chance to understand what that read for FlyQuest was on the other side. You see how towards the beginning, it was very dominant for Warda. They won both of the pistols, they won the first bonus as well, but immediately, it was a thrifty, and it was more very quick, really like really good reactions coming from Thea and from the rest of the team to make sure that they were constantly flooding, to make sure that they were constantly finding openings as well before the side hit was coming through. And that didn't matter if it was a water that was playing slow like they did at the beginning, or it was them speeding it up a little bit more.
And Thea also led her team in first bloods as well, 5 first bloods, which is so impressive to see. But also looking at this, you can see that the protocol we see of FlyQuest on that defense, on that starting half, just retaking that site so brilliantly done, Dan.
Some of the retakes that you see is what allowed at the end FlyQuest to come back into that first half, where towards the beginning was a few openings. You saw the operator that they were able to get towards the beginning, but for FlyQuest you see how it was the 3v3s. It was Jazzy that was super proactive, making sure that they were denying that space that in the post plan Warada was trying to get. It was a lockdown as well. It was them playing towards main, and also understanding that the Hunter's Fury was going to be coming through on that round 8, I think. So it's a lot of proactive reads that come from what Thea has been doing. Thea was constantly playing on that A side, was getting that information with Omen, immediately calling Melia as well and the Clove to get some info to play towards Haven. And that really is what allowed them to have a read, to always have numbers when that side hit was finally coming through.
Yeah, and by the way, all of the 5 first kills that you mentioned from Thea came on defense. That was all like getting a great first kill, anchoring a site, maybe a spam kill, then backing off and they play for a retake.
We can see how the rest of our players did with our player breakdown to see how it all shaped out. We highlighted Melia in the beginning, why we say, watch out for the Sentinel v Sentinel with Starbound, and then Melia goes on the Clove, which I don't believe they have played before.
I mean, definitely not in this stage. No time recently. Jazzy was sick on the defense side as well. And it is funny to look at Thea's stats, just like 5 of them were first kills, but like half of the kills that she got. But I mean, literally just like eye test also watching this game, any strategy aside, Fly are playing mechanically better right now. They have 2 individuals that are just dominating.
Yes, and we also wanted to go back and kind of revisit our head-to-head because we low-key lied to you all, but we didn't lie to you. We predicted incorrectly. We said it was going to be a Sentinel head-to-head between Melia and Starbound, but that's not what we got. We got a Jet and a Clove on the side of Ascent. I think, Dan, you brought it up, Starbound having that op. It makes sense to see the Jet, Melia on that Clove, but Melia getting a 364 ACS, Dan, is quite wild.
We were looking at the stats for Starbound. It's been about a year since they were last playing that Jet, since we've seen so much of that chamber. But for Melia, it's been also a lot of different agents that she has been playing. So the fact that we got to see the Clove was great. And it was because of this, because it feels like when Thea was making a call, when Thea was getting those openings on that A side, the first one to react as well, and the first one to be ready for that fight, whether it was on A to set up Thea and to help Thea, or on B as well, playing around market, was Melia. So this Clove played really well for them.
Yeah, one of the other big stories of this game for me, aside from like the Melia dominance, is that Bunny B was playing Phoenix for the first time into this, and it was very hit or miss. I think the team had some good macro ideas, which you can take away just in the fact that on the attack side, they had 4 Phoenix ults, and that's not like with Bunny B racking up 1 million kills and dominating. That's them constantly taking control of the extremities, getting the orbs, getting the plants. But of those 4 rounds where Bunny B used the Phoenix ult, they were only able to convert 1 of them. And like they had some cool executes with some of the Phoenix walls, but I think other ones were a little bit awkward. Genuinely, it felt like to me though, they were on the cusp of dominating with the Phoenix. They had so many great ideas, but some of those ults even just came down to like Bunny B pops it and just gets instantly one-tapped because the other team is just shooting crazy. It's like, what can you do, right?
Well, folks, that was Ascent. We've been talking a lot about Ascent, but don't worry if you are a Warada fan. We are going to Split next. But you also might want to worry a little bit because it is FlyQuest's map pick, Dan. This is, I think, there were a lot of questions after the game from the casters whether or not Ascent was the best pick that Warada could have done. But here we're going to be landing on a Split for the second map.
And when I was thinking about Split, and when I was talking earlier on about Thea and how great her IGLing is, it is because of this map of Split when they were playing against Ghost. And I know, Wyatt, you wanted to highlight a little bit of what they were doing here.
Yeah, they're really cool on this map in that they run 2 initiators. They run a KO. No one is doing that, and they're 7-0 with it. And you're going to see a knife on the minimap there, top mid. This is really common for them. And then they know the other team is going to get pushed back and try to re-clear the space after. Then they pop out and completely dominate them. A little bit later, look at this. KO flash over the top towards ramp with a sky flash to take it. If someone's there, they get cooked. And then later in the round, they use the Trailblazer over on the A side as a fake. They're working back through B main. They're able to smoke off Heaven. And then through this choke, pop flash out close. Relay Bolt comes onto default. Re-smoke for spawn. And all of the defenders are put in this awkward position back sight. Like, they have so many cool util ideas here that despite the comp being not like on paper optimal, double initiators not good in 2026, but they're making it work, and they're again 7-0, which is crazy.
And I don't want to.
Sometimes they struggle a little bit, but I was just gonna say that KO just plays really well. They have a lot of set plays around it, and it definitely is not something that people are scrimming against.
Well, folks, we are into Agent Select. Wyatt was talking about that double initiator. We said we are going to see the Starbound Chamber before, and it didn't happen. Could we be lying again? Maybe, possibly. But we are moving into FlyQuest map pick of Split, where Wyatt just talked about that beautiful 7-0, that beautiful comp that we're using the fakes and that micro that we want to see.
Yeah, now watch them just switch it.
Imagine there's like
just switch.
Likely.
Actually,
they
just run triple duelist.
Actually, Jet Roulette, everyone. Starbound inspired us. Let's get it done. And here we are, but we do see that Sky again, Wyatt.
Yeah, we get the Sky, we get the KO. The only change because Neon nerfed, switch over to the Waylay, so makes sense. And yeah, Wadada, this is what they played at the one time they ran Split, I believe, and definitely a lot more standard of a look. And if they're right for a time to get the Starbound takeover, this would be it. Wadada definitely need them to lock in.
The good news is, for our Starbound fans who maybe are just joining us, pretend that the Ascent didn't happen, that Jet didn't happen. We have the Starbound Chamber. So that's the good news. You know, it kind of, if this is the time we talk about, like Wyatt said, to move to kind of the Starbound domination that we've been used to for years, basically, at this point, with Starbound on Jet. This is what we are looking for. But also Bunny B on the Raze, Dan. We were highlighting Bunny B before, kind of stepping into that Wadada role with Arya stepping down on that explosive Raze, Dan.
It is, when we mentioned for FlyQuest, they were looking good. They have been looking good on this map. But a lot of it was some of, again, those set plays that we got to see on the defense with that information that they're able to get from that KO knife early on. But here for Wadada, they're definitely set up for success. You're going to have Starbound on the Chamber. You're going to have a Power Pixel and Bunny B on that Sky and on that Raze that work really well together. And June, I feel like, has always been really, really great on that Viper and the way that they're going to have to take those reads. So, yeah, both of the teams are changing the duelist, but in terms of the game plan that they had before, it should be in about the same as we saw on that Swiss stage.
Well, folks, why wait any longer? Let's get into the game. Can FlyQuest make this a quick 2-0, or can Wadada bring us to a map 3? I'm going to send over to your casters, Zobi and Gompers.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're back in it. And this time we're on a map that both of these teams have practiced, have prepped. They have played it various amounts of time. And it's a map favorite, Zobi, but we're seeing a lot of changes, obviously, with the Neon nerf, Shotguns nerf. It is going to be a little different with Bunny B going on the Raze and actually Edith on the Waylay.
Yeah, the Waylay has been a consistent factor pre and post nerf for Fly, so I think it's going to be nice for their stability element. For that regard with Wadada, we're on different sides of the fence. I really, really like the Bunny B Raze. You were more of a fan of the Neon, so we'll see how it does in translation. But I think the biggest thing is the win con's going to be different for this map versus Ascent for both teams, right? Wadada, I'm looking at Juna and her lurk and how that's developed on for her as a player. And on the Fly side, I feel like the defense is going to be how the retakes go and how Jazzy and Edith together function in anchoring A side, since that's classic for a Waylay Sky combo, versus it's very different how it was Thea and Melia on the hard anchors on Ascent. So all in all, very different, but swap sides, swap starts, and we'll see what exactly happens. Very, very stark dive B side, deserted actually by Wadada here, but set up for a nice reflood with this Stark mid control.
Yeah, already 4 players out of the 5, you know, nearing towards the V site. But there is a lurk, and this worries me for Wadada. Unless they can keep that mid control, it could pose a threat. But I mean, really, time will tell. Flash waiting to be prepped here from Ev, and there is a slow workaround on the defense. Jazzy now making some noise, and there's that initiation, but the right clicks are looking beautiful. And it's already FlyQuest having a very, very good trial run here and taking everybody out here from Watadon. So the player advantage leaning over towards them, and the shots hitting from Ev and everybody else on this team.
Oh. Thought for a sec we are going to have that power pixel play, but the group up there to finish off the 2v1 is pristine from Fly. They pick up the momentum where they left it off on Ascent, taking their first pistol win of the series. And yeah, again, they definitely, I think, preyed on that heavy mid stack from Watadon and converted that into a really nice exec and follow through pistol.
I loved it. That was great. And I'm not really thinking we're going to see much difference, you know, with Bunny B's playstyle from here on out, especially once we switch over to the TAC. The Raze is in essence kind of the same as the Neon with those blast packs there.
Well, looks like it was so successful they're going to run it back again. A hard read worked successfully, it looks like here, as the entirety of Waterdot is A side. So I'm not expecting greatness, I would say, from Waterdot on this retake converse, but I'm open to being pleasantly surprised. I mean, the dog, you got this. If you had Hunter Bullets for Starbound and a Paranoia, like, they have the util to make some magic happen, but with the forward positioning now from Fly, it seems like they're not going to have the chance to play it how they want.
Yeah, and multi-kills from FlyQuest that they are finding so easily. I mean, pop flash out, information now has been received, so Edith knows that they're retaking in said position.
Well, Fly again, they have nice low risk forward positions here with near the drop down, like they had a refract in the back pocket for Edith, and that's why this composition feels so successful. In the meantime, they know that Waterdot's just trying to die to Spike, rob them of these orbs, so send in the player with only a pistol to try and steal some of these away. Unfortunately, just some chip damage found. Will not go their way, but I mean, that's the only thing that doesn't go their way, right? Fly flawless on that second round.
All right, this is the reset, guys. The first two rounds, you know, yes, they matter. Pistol round won out by Fly. I would say they won out the pistol round pretty prevalently, at least on their attacking side as well. For the last map, maybe I'm wrong.
No. Waterdot took both, right? And then they got second round thrifted.
Guys, I'm a hashtag liar. Don't listen to me.
Guys, if my memory's trash too, I have it written down, Gompers. Only reason why I know. And I mean, that's what set the course for disaster was Waterdot losing that second round thrifty, right? So with that here, it would be similarly distraught, I would feel like, to lose the bonus here. And that's where, again, I really like the Edith entry, but this time wanted to hold their ground. Australis was previously quiet, getting first blooded so much by they on Ascent, gets to step up here and back into the limelight.
Yeah, this is the first time we've actually seen, you know, there be some kickback from Waterdot here on the B side. So they weren't expecting that. Unfortunately, Edith does now have to try to make those numbers work. Trailers coming out in due time.
I'll be honest, 8-4 half, right? That ends as a 13-5. We didn't get to see too much of the Waterdot defense there over on Ascent. And starting here on it, we get to see that confidence. Zoom in a little bit. I know Spike is in semi-awkward position to recover, so the numbers swarm here. That does generate some openings, some gaps with numbers so against Fly. They stay grouped, they stay looking for these over peaks.
Smoke goes down. Now there's potential, but 30 seconds left. It does make it a bit risky.
Is that 5 bullets for Australis?
Dude, yeah, and you still got like 5 players on B site, so it's just not working out very much unless they manage to really put that aggression in the game. But I mean, spray down some smoke. 14 seconds left, and a dream for Melia.
Yeah, I just wanted Waterdot to stop swinging. Obviously, Australis had to in an uncomfortable position with only 5 bullets, but so they keep it clean. Melia gonna keep the one weapon that was bought into the bonus. It looks like for Fly. So Waterdot, you asked for it. Once the rifle rounds get there, they reset the mental and the scoreboard, getting their first point on it. And we'll have a more traditional back and forth flow this map for this half that wasn't characteristic of Waterdot's defense on Ascent.
Yeah, I'm assuming a big difference in pace of play now that we're all pretty rich in money here. So assuming, kind of interesting to see, because Melia typically likes the whole day, but now we're seeing kind of like a duo ship here. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, I think the idea was maybe to farm ult orbs, and then they realized, like, hey, we might need that flash from MEOW to set up, or the knife to set up this mid take. And they entrust Melia to try and terraform a main, and unfortunately, the tag team here, oof, thought Starboard was in a nice angle.
And interesting how aggressive Melia's being, too, which, you know, typically just very, very quiet on the A side. There's a slight difference here with now making some sort of distraction and pressure.
Oh, this is a nice balance, right? The noise from Edith draws Starbound's eyes away and allows Melia even more forward positioning, and now maybe the opportunity to isolate the fight against Power on site, while Fly further sell this split.
Toxin screen down.
I mean, now that that space has been taken up, Heaven, it's going to be really, really nice for FlyQuest. There's nobody watching. They're expecting this really big explosive push.
Yeah, it's because of that paranoia. They rotate now, raised over Bunny Bee here as well to receive this take.
And that Sky Flash now pops out. So that big execution they were looking for, it's not as big as they thought. They don't know where a majority of the players are, and they're actually lurking them here, Heaven. Starbound, no idea. Slowly getting pushed out from FlyQuest, but they've lost everybody in Wadada. I mean, the hold was great.
Yeah, it's a funny parallel, right? Wadada had some issues with retake on Ascent, so did Fly, so what's the solution? The same one Fly came up with. Let's not play retake. Let's hard stop these sites on the anchor positions, and every player is fragging, right? We saw Astralis the previous round get her 2-piece, Bunny Bee and Power do the same in the last round, and that's what gets us squared away 2-2, so I'm not expecting too much out of these Fly defaults already, even with just that round as evidence, and it seems like Fly is somewhat convinced of the same outcome, Gomper, since they're going back to a very strong let's sit Edith up on the B dive, and that's where Australis like the deep smoke, but there's no one to aggress off of it, right? You're like Bunny Bee paired there. You want something more.
Toxin screen
Something
down.
more indeed. This is hard though. I mean, not a smoke to be seen from Juna, and they are taken down immediately.
Yeah, it's supposed to be off that contact that you get the orb, you get the mid smoke, but I do like this idea maybe to refight into it off the dog, but immediately Fly rotate in, would be there to trade out Melia, and it's just a firm now advantage found.
There.
On the eco, by the way, off the one hero rifle they had, and now they want the second rifle from Juna's body.
Oh, they're gonna get it. They are determined. Especially
Did it get juggled away? Maybe. Oh, I think it did.
Oh man. Okay, but this is dangerous. They is kind of left alone here to their own vices. Damage has been made on Bunny Bee, but that's okay. I think this is a good kind of rotation moving over towards the B site. They have the backhand site. They can make a rotation if they feel maybe the danger is a bit too high, but FlyQuest are making numbers work with the Sheriff. They've completely changed the tides and have actually picked up 2 weapons for this 1v2. Waiting for the timing. Beautiful shot already coming. Initially now that flash is supposed to just help stall for some sort of time while that rotation is made here. Have slowly repositioning themselves. We're now seeing at least the 1v1 happen, but Starbound stronger with the aim.
Man, you can never replace the Starbound chamber in our hearts. That's all I can say. Plays out the clutch, just looks more comfortable in how they're recontacting here. And you wish maybe Ev, after the plant, set up a flash for that swing, so it wasn't just solo scaling on Fly's side, navigating that 2v1. But all in all, that is that close on Nico is impressive for Fly. And I really like the responses from Wadada here, though, right? They know they lost Heaven control after juggling the gun away, so they fight into B main, like you mentioned, isolate Thea, and even Power find some additional kills from B main. It's just the numbers, the grouping, too effective for Fly in terms of the damage that they were able to deal. And coming into the next, it feels like it's going to be a similarly explosive round, right? We have the full buyback for Fly, we have the null command, and a few pips off from Seekers, from the Showstopper on the Wadada side, that these openers are going to be everything.
Oh, and that they will. Open, they will eat it. Now, having a little bit more forgiveness, you know, versus playing into that Neon. So I like the TP back. You know, they can kind of reevaluate their situation.
Yeah, that pace change clearly caught Wadada off for sorts.
Unfortunate slow too. That's gonna suck. Now you've lost out a majority of your players leaning over towards mid. You got only 2. So really it's up to that separate site hold B and A.
Okay. And now it's the full stop. Again, they got what they came for. Stark numbers. And it feels like Australis is the one that can salvage this. And oh, she gets hard red. Now a Starbound who would be in a 1v4 clutch, but with the operator coming out and still having the novelty factor retained from not making contact, I think you just want to save it, hide it for the next.
Yeah, not worth wasting it, to be honest. I do think Starbound's going to have so much to do with the next round, especially, I mean, just in general with damage, yeah.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned is the difference, too, for their defense on Split now compared to Ascent. Ascent, they lose a second round thrifty. They can't afford the Operator early for Starbound. Here, again, it's coming in relatively early. Again, I think there was some damage done on the Eco successfully by Fly to make it a little delayed, but to me, it's going to be instrumental in this defense and limiting the options already further for Fly, who was previously trailing. Now will tie us up 3-3, and I think we'll get another buy at least out of Wadada with those ults, as we mentioned, coming online from Power and Bunny B's deaths that honestly should allow them to reaffirm that lead. And if it doesn't, that's when you need to enter timeout territory, little panic button moment, because the money will reset and Fly would get the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, too, for Fly, we saw it in the last map. They're very, very good at adapting and reading teams. So that in itself is pretty worrying. The fact that they're now starting to slowly develop. The timeout's coming in, Toby. This is exciting.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's, again, it's one of the many forms, the formulas for coach timeouts. This one being, it fits that of, it's going to be a big ult round, a big swing round, money reset round, right? So it's more preventative than reactionary to the problems that they're seeing. It's like, okay, let's make sure we don't mess this up, because, again, they've been doing fairly well, like you mentioned. Thea alone, with that experience, again, GCC level player, caller, is having those answers, but, again, don't want to mess this one up. And, I don't know what the call is going to be, because we mentioned the defaults weren't quite working for Fly, but the Death Ball B has gotten predictable. Now we know the Operator is A side as well, so it's like, okay, where are you going if you're Fly, you know, with these ultimate scompers? How's an A hit?
Honestly, I would say so. It's difficult because, you know, the op really is a problem. And I'd say maybe they're going to try to gather some info on what's going on there on A, because they haven't visited that area in quite a bit. Yeah. But I do like the approach of it being an A hit.
Yeah, I would have maybe seen like a convergent path, shut down the op line, and null commands so that Star can't TP. Like, there were ways to address, I think, the problems we see, but Fly actually going back to the defaulted start, and Water looking good on the mid hold here with 3 players strong Gompers. I think we're gonna get a first blood within the first few seconds.
Oh no. And they know. I mean, they have had to see in the op, right? It's just sitting there. The shot has been made. And again, there's not really a smoke cracked up in a good position where it can be utilized. And unfortunately, I mean, now Juna's down, so you've lost out on that control in mid.
Yeah, it's a weird refrag after Star finds the shot through the smoke, and that's really good punishment from Fly once the info came readily available that Power was tucked in that corner after breaking the 0 point, or sorry, that Bunny Bee was, and that's the showstopper gone again. That's why you want the reactivity, the ultimates, maybe to be invested for Wadada instead of sitting on top of them, but it is that A end it looks like they're gearing towards. Null command will reveal the plan, but again, there's nobody home. Kind of right home about, so hopefully the null command will dissipate and you play out this 3v4 retake off the Seekers. And the double flash.
Yeah, double flash is nice. I'd say it definitely preps Australis and Starbound up. The only unfortunate thing I would say is that opt for close range contact. So we're gonna have to see how that works out. Convergent path is beautiful, but there's not really a follow-up there. They've gotten all 3. Just gonna have to wait and see, I guess. Now the pop flash comes through. Power Pixel just slowly starting to work themselves around the band, and there goes Australis, but too much firepower coming through from Edith, and the confidence is just following.
Wow, I mean, from the opener kill to those post-plant denial retakes, he just did it all. Even the conversion paths to counter the Seekers was all them. So, top of the leaderboard right now, 8-3. Had that quiet kind of impact over on Ascent. Here, it's lights out already to get that lead back. And again, that's why the timeout was taken, to know when to use those ults, what kind of reaction behavioral it should be. And again, you want Wadada, I think, to be a bit more risky with some of the ult kills, some of the positionings, because I almost feel like they're playing it a bit too safe here at times. More so around Bunny Bee and that lens. So, see if it gets utilized early on, because Wadada, again, have numbers mid. Fly, again, starting mid off that 0 point. It's becoming a recurring fact in this attack.
Oof. And now mid is just, I mean, really lacking that centered control. It's unfortunate. You got a shot through smoke that's already going to be missing a very, very, very important player.
Yeah, that's the second time, too, that she's been taken out so early into the round that showstopper has not had its chance to bring the party down for Fly. So, I don't know, Melly as well with a lurk off is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Maybe trying to prevent if Starbound gets it over, get an ult on a line, but this is nice. Feels like it's faked pressure into B-Heaven, so I'm surprised the numbers are still here.
Yeah.
For Fly, if anything, it would maybe force their rotations over.
They've just been taking advantage of mid so well. And it kind of pressures and quarters in Power Pixel and Australis here now towards the backside because they have no idea how to handle the situation. Thea really just throws themselves onto the site and manages to get that 2K.
Yeah, Thea, night and day difference right now, individually speaking. The mechanics between the Swiss stage and playoffs here. First bloods from map 1, and then the confidence swinging into Power Pixel of all players. And that confidence in your leader translates to the rest of the players. Jazzy toying with this Heaven fight.
Yeah, and now the off actually not even being able to corner anybody in here for Wadada, so it's given over to Melia. Melia's looking good now, too, with that 2K. And maybe the op is in the wrong hands at this point.
And I don't know, that round and the last two in sequence with these mid starts, we need to see Wadada come up with a solution. I'm surprised I haven't seen the first timeout from them in that regard. And this feels like the kind of, like, the shift in the wind that kind of happened on in that second half where there was like no return for Wadada, but it feels like it's so early to call that as well. It's just a feeling, and it's not a very optimistic one to say the least. So yeah, we're looking towards these ults. We're looking towards a star player to wake up the Wadada squad right now. Yeah, the showstopper, yeah, the tour de force for Starbound front and center for this day exec.
Oh, and a bit too aggressive there. And I'm unsure of what the intention was. Unfortunately, nobody followed up with that, but I'm liking it. The rotation, they fully trust Thea with this flank, but it just doesn't work out the way they had planned. Barely any information on the site. They've lost out on Ev, and it was a risky play.
Yeah, it's like the rotations were a bit too delayed. Like, I feel like that play was good, but it needed to be a little bit later. Then again, you argue she might not have got the timing on a Bunning Bee, so it might have had the same impact. Regardless, though, this fake from Melia could sell to Heaven backstab from Jazzy. That would determine the round.
Yeah, now Smoke has to go down. It gives Jazzy something to work with. Really, taking out one is enough.
Ooh.
You know, I mean, maybe just for the economy at this point, but they're so rich for Fly that that's not really in the cards. Jazzy's just doing that for the KDA.
Playoff Seekers wouldn't be bad either to pick up 1 or 2 orbs off your kill and a death. And Australis is giving the fair 1v1 if Jazzy doesn't have a knife out. And yeah, it feels like whenever Wadada are the subject of a B exit from Fly, whether it's direct or late, Australis is good for hers and a few. So again, I think Fly, when they go mid, it's like they get smart numbers in mid, or they lean A, and that's where they found success here. I like the play. I love the creativity from Fly, and again, that confidence for Thea is screaming. But yeah, mistimed the rest of the system for sure. The cogs a bit low, so not as much efficiency to that system. But they've watered out of the way back in here. Perhaps operator back for Starbound. You still have. Again, the showstopper, and I like the disconnected mid hold instead because they were getting first blooded way too often. Instead, look for other ways to get proactive, such as Australis and Bunny be primed for maybe a B rescale.
Oh, okay, creative, and I like it. They know Melia is pretty much lurking over towards A, and that's a free pick, so taking advantage of that space is good.
Yeah, they're learning to navigate these B splits as well. Only question mark would have been Edith in a Heaven, but Trademark takes care of that. And now with numbers so firmly against you, you do have to play pretty grouped here. So everyone kind of joining up in Vent, but even Starbound is repositioned for this. And you have a flash support from Power on site.
And it's dangerous if nobody can figure this one out. I mean, just one slight peek, I'm pretty sure Starbound runs away with it. There it goes, Edith taking the wrong approach to an op peek. And it's posing a threat now. Starbound's actually going to be a really, really big issue moving forward. A 1v5 for Thea. Thea's in a really awkward spot, so it's not like they could TP out at this point. Just going to have to figure out a way to get out of this very, very awkward 1v5 roundup. Sandwich in now. I mean, util being thrown. So, yeah, that's pretty awkward.
Yeah, it feels like all the win cons kind of aligned for that flawless round for Wadada to tie us up 5-5, right? It's like, okay, Melia's lurk gets shut down. Juna's able to manage the mid splits, and even that double up on B main would have handled any additional pressure that was there from Thea's position. So all the reshuffle slightly here of the full commitment from Power on the A side is really, really nice from Wadada. They came up with that on their own, by the way. No timeout taken. Wadada still have 2 here, which is crazy and why I was kind of losing some confidence for this comeback. But Fly, they like to change pace when things stop working. Very, very pacey to this A site, trying to overwhelm Starbound here, perhaps.
Yeah, Op is going to be really good, but I like the smoke off. Great timing. Now they've gotten onto site. They put a lot of reliance there for Starbound, too. As you can tell, there wasn't really anybody withstanding on site, so that's going to be a plus for Fly.
And finally, hopefully we see that showstopper right on this retake. But the replay from Fly is well timed.
Yeah, now the showstopper's coming in. It does get some sort of action going on towards backside. And I mean, Edith's in a pretty good spot here, right? Taking this 1v1, there's at least some sort of advantage. Convergent paths in such an awkward position, but they're sticking. Nobody's watching. And Wadada, they run away with it.
It's like that moment where you go to, what are you doing? And you're like, oh, I didn't see the vision, right? Like, I'm so confused why we see two players for Wada, Australis and Power Pixel go together into elbow, and then Power is suddenly solo swinging while Juno's wrapping front sight. Or sorry, while Australis is wrapping front sight, and it's like Australis saw the vision, maybe from some comms in heaven, that was going to be mistimed. That the trademark was going to delay maybe Fly, so that they could stick it all the way through. A major robbery to at least guarantee a tie. And probably advance to 7-5 if this momentum remains in their favor.
They need this momentum. I mean, Fly, at any point they can turn things 6-6, you know. Their defense definitely a lot stronger on split, but a big opening pick coming through from Bunny B. Now information, this is big.
And again, we mentioned it. They know how to handle this mid-split now. Bunny B trying to set up Juno on the refight to get past Edith, or set the Viper's pit up. This works too.
So scattered. You know, not a lot of cohesion I'm seeing here from Fly. It seems like they've lost out and are now trying to isolate these fights, but finally, you know, that convergence coming through towards the A site.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about Edith solo challenging into the Viper's pit. I think this framing of a split off the Seekers is the better option, but that hinges on Power falling and Starbound falling here. When there's 50 seconds left, they're instead trying to sell a fake and open the door for Edith, but I don't think any of this is working in their favor.
No, so many ultimates flying by too. I mean, so much information. It's just pretty much a splurge, and the spike is still left in mid. That's the unfortunate.
I like the pivot from Amelia, but look at this. The players were never dislodged from heaven, so there's 30 seconds left, and you have to reroute to a main, and Edith got so far into spawn that it's going to miss the timing. This double stack can cut off the spike rotate.
Yeah. Okay, now the smoke goes down, but what's the timing? Melia just allows them to take them out on that pressure, on that position, and it's unfortunate. Spike is down. The B site hasn't even really been cleared. I mean, Jazzy now has to try to fight themselves onto site, so it's unfortunate, but good for Wadada, right? 7-5. They've taken the lead.
Yeah, and again, that circles back to what we mentioned about, okay, Op came online a lot earlier for Starbound. We didn't get to see as much of their defense over on Ascent, so that checked all of the right boxes. Now, with the side swap, we're going to be asking those questions. I feel like Split, again, it's known for very systematic retakes. And Fly, well, it seemed like they figured out the retakes on Ascent. It came a little bit labored, and we only saw that really one round where Jazzy and Ev played that 2v3 out. So it was more them hard anchoring sites and fighting ahead, and Thea getting those first bloods that wrapped up that half with the bow. I don't think those are the same win cons here for Split, and that could pose further issues for Fly on this road to recovery.
I am happier with the defense, though, here. I do think Melia, this is kind of like their strongest pursuit, you know, in regards to keeping mid under wraps, really isolating them in certain, you know, choke points, so kind of left up to them here.
All right. Slow start for Wadada, even if it is a pistol. Spike left deep lobby, and we had the early fake from Power, and now rotating back to maybe feign additional pressure A side. They're just trying to pop up a bunch of question marks, and Fly is not budging here. Even this dog isn't going to draw the stack of players on B off just yet. Now that the Flash didn't see anything, though, he might. He's not jiggling.
Oh, I like the nade. Yeah, Bunny B, you know, the type to really just push in. They weren't expecting... I mean, I guess they were expecting to be pushed. 5 players just left on the B site. A huge start. Allowing FlyQuest to take the second pistol round in a row. So this is quite exciting for them. I mean, all they really need to do, is just clear things up. And Malia's like, hey, I'm on my side, all right? This is my defense.
That is our first ace, then, of the Valorant North American Game Changers. Like, that is a huge. for Melia for the confidence as well, coming into a very, again, anchor-heavy style that we said Fly is in a win condition for split normally, but could be, I guess, for Fly if you make it this effective. Hinder support perfection on the timing from Edith there, and yeah, it's that danger of sending, again, a lot of pressure on Benny B on these solo dives, right? It was very isolated and shut down outright. So, Wadada, Eco in the making, heavy mid stack, and again, we're seeing that traditional defense with your Waylay Sky combo A and your reactive stack B side.
Yeah. Melia's pushed back a little further. I mean, I'm sure they knew mid was the way to go on the save round, but slowly working themselves over. Actually, kind of patient here for Wadada, waiting for the right moment to kind of make that play.
Doing a lot of contacting, trying to save some of this util, right? Obviously, Bunny B expended a lot in that initial take, but yeah, oh no, the A pivot here, fighting right back into the Outlaw. No flash just yet for Power to clear the angle. It feels like this is going to be a similar disastrous zone.
Yeah, not a good place to be, especially with Edith still having the collateral. Somehow, somewhere, I don't know. Edith is just absolutely insane with the sniper, and that really just calls it, right?
Man, I wanted the back-to-back aces gone for Fly there, right? Very, very little HP left on Australis in that 1v1 that just falls short. But yeah, he hit the Outlaw killer here for sure.
Wow.
Clat's crazy, criminal even. But yeah, Fly keep that clean. Tie us 7-7 already.
That's rough. It really is. But again, big reset. So, I mean, in regards
Not as
to
clean as last half.
Yes, I
have a
agree.
Bulldog and a Guardian. Interesting.
Doing a thing.
And an aggro fight. Oh, no Gompers.
No, okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Edith does get taken aback, but I do like the smoke. You know, it gives a little bit more room to Wadada to clear that heaven space. It's gonna be quite difficult now with that wall kind of really just isolating them back.
Ooh, they still got on the first bloods, number one.
Yeah.
On the solo B-side anchor. Number two, I was worried because Bunny B again was alone, but contacting up, scaling up. Now that the lurk player's chamber's been taken down, no, Fly have rotated. Again, you need to be proactive in these when it's Nico, and it's the correct call.
Ooh, okay, just a split second, and it does allow Bunny B to at least get some sort of pick out of here, but you know, that's all they can really do is play together, and I do like the positioning here coming through from Edith, potentially finding another, and they're hitting the heads. Damage has now come. So for Australis, yes, they're in a really good position. They could take the A site, but, you know, 2v1.
Yeah, if you're Jazz, I don't think you take this risk. You just let Australis plant, play the retake off of Thea's paranoia, the plethora of util she still has from just contacting on a starbound, or just, sure, find the timing and just get the kill.
Okay.
Why not? Making an anticlimactic end to the 1v2 for the bonus conversion for Fly, back into the lead on their map pick, favoring now towards a 2-0 on the series, but yeah, this has been such a crazy series, Gompers, for like non-standard like rounds, right? We had 1-3-0 the first half of Ascent, the second round Thrifty for Fly, and now we have a 3-0 again for Fly in the second half of Split. Like, kind of crazy, not gonna lie.
Their defense is insane. I don't know. I mean, just in general, again, they're really good at you know, finding iterations, finding patterns in gameplay, and I feel like they're kind of following off that here for the attack. Now searching up in mid, Edith does back themselves off, and again, the smoke is there, and like, Melia does a really good job at holding this down, now especially with even more damage, and it does allow Melia to kind of play off this. Beautiful shots.
Again, very solo engagements there from Wadada. Will not win you the eco, but what might is the timing in the opener on the B site. Spike plants, gun salvaged. You need numbers, though, so Starbound's taking it upon themselves to try and get aggressive.
Yeah. To Starbound, really, with the Vandal here, unless Power Pixel can get into close quarters, but Ev ends up winning out in that regard anyway, so the pop flash out, maybe Starbound can potentially take Edith out, and that they will, but, you know, it's impossible. FlyQuest, they are really taking in these refrags.
I love how Edith is like, Waylay was nerfed, yeah, but I'll just die for the cause anyways, right? Dives in, pops the hinder for the Melia timing coming from B main. So again, Fly feel like they have a really strong understanding of what's going on. And as soon as they do, they plan around it very effectively, even at the individual level. Like, everything is coming together. This looks like a team that has just gotten finished with the boot camp. And while not, we talked about the stockpiling of the ultimates, how they came up with the fix in the first half, 4 numbers on their own. Power Pixel on that one, but yeah, here it just feels like they're not getting the openings they want in mid space. Again, the proactive util punishing Wada every step of the way from Fly. We talk about like, oh, when they're in a corner, right? The fragment from Ev comes out. You talked about it. You said that Ev likes to util dump, and we're seeing it.
Yes.
And yeah, this is a difficult one for Wada to find their way out of for sure.
It's hard. You know, and initially I would say util dumps aren't good. But I think Ev does it in a way where it's very proactive and it doesn't actually harm FlyQuest. Like, they are so smart.
Yeah, it's guaranteed to give them advantage, essentially. So it's not like, oh, it might help. If not, then we just wasted util, right? It's going to give you numbers every time. And yeah, I agree. Making it look really strong in that regard. I'm nervous, though, because you're coming into, again, that you're stuck in that purgatory of buy, save, buy, save. I like to start on off because, again, they've been on their lonesome trying to find that opening against Thea, and that could give the edge. But aside from that, Edith, very reactive on the convergent path, should look good. Melly is probably going to ult either be heaven or mid. Like, I'm not going to see too many options, I think, for Wadada this round. And yeah, Fly, aside from Thea, who now I'm convinced is allowed to, haven't been overpeaking anything.
No, they haven't. Thea just knows that they are
Gonna hit that shot.
Girl, honestly. Like, they are them, so I mean, I believe it.
Well, this is interesting. 0 point. Okay, it did connect on the chamber only. So they can still maybe set the pieces in motion here, perhaps.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know how I feel about that, Gompers. Like, yeah, info, yeah, all of B main is cleared, but that's a big retake ultimate gone. And now you're on a mad dash rotation because of the joint presence being shown A. Ev does their best to buy some time off that fragment, but again, Water still aren't fully committed to this position. I think they had the double stack in mid to try and cut up the rotations from all this fake noise happening. And I think my concern now is that we're under a minute left and Water aren't closer to a commitment.
Yeah, I'm questioning the value, I guess, of that, especially now that everyone's just rotating mid anyway. I do feel like it would have had a lot more for the retake.
Well, we're going to start seeing that impact. I don't think they're going to expect Thea on this deep of a line. She gets the one and done angle, maybe even two on the lineup, and then TP's out is the idea.
I mean, essentially, though, that convergent paths did slow down the initial push up towards mid, so we are seeing a slight difference here.
And that's your entry gone, so who's going to get in? And do you even have enough time to backpedal into Starbound who's on this solo 8 alert? Like, you don't. There's 20 seconds left. You're not going to make it. And, even then, you're probably going to lose the operator. You're probably going to find a timing here. At this point, you just need to save. Like, you're not going to make it. There's 10 seconds left, and you don't want to die to the people rotating now in spawn for FlyQuest.
Pop flash comes out. This is going to be nice, especially with Jazzy playing alongside Edith. And that's the thing. They play this partner game so well for Fly.
And usually Water have such a good internal clock for those rotations, right? Once they find the opening from Starbound, there completely falls apart. And even then, we were clued in, Gompers, your diamond level casters, that there wasn't going to be enough time for that rotation, and they should have saved, and they didn't. They hard commit, and now that money, again, which could have been a save, could have been 3 to 4 rifles coming into the next to give them a chance, is now opening the door for Fly to get to a guaranteed 11. And again, sometimes you just got to cut your losses, and Wadada, ego, maybe the pride befalls them here and might just be what leads them towards an 0-2 loss to start off their main event journey.
I mean, a tough competition to go against, really.
Okay, that's the only rationale for why they didn't say would be Starbound having the tour of force, but Thea, the disrespect, I love it. We need to ask you about it in the post interview if it's a 2-0. No jinxes. Liz, thank you for writing that one down, but wow, Fly are just hitting every shot at this point, Gompers. Like, what do you do about this?
Honestly,
every player.
At this point, it feels like just a reiteration of what happened on Ascent. And I'm going to be honest, the only thing I can see, I'm not seeing the same amount of aggression that we see from Wadada typically on Split. Bunny B is no longer moving in down towards mid. I actually haven't seen a lot of mid aggression because of the pressure from Melia. And I feel like, honestly, that's their best play. That's where they get most of their rounds, off that Bunny B shotgun mid. So it's quite unfortunate, right? The meta has completely shut down every single strat that they have, and Bunny B now has to play back with this Phantom.
Yeah, again, Bunny B's not having that impact I hoped she would on the Rays that I've seen on other maps like Lotus, and that could just be that uncomfortability again. Like, they just got thrown onto the new patch, right, for the competitive environment. Obviously, we've been playing it probably in ranked and such, but in the entirety of the Swiss stage was on one prior, so all in all, hey, you said you wanted to see the mid space from Wadada taken. They're listening.
Yeah.
No way it happens again. No way you lose this B main fight again.
It worries me. It does. And especially with Melia, I mean, just being completely on top of it. And we do have, like, a variety of ultimates, too, to utilize here. I'm kind of hoping Wanted Up bring out that showstopper, but we'll see.
Need to. Yeah, and they haven't taken enough risks is the best way to put it, right? Like, they're saving those for very, like, confirmed advantages, and they need to make those opportunities, because if you don't, you're going to miss out on the window, right? No command here. Again, we're down to a minute left, and your options have been drastically limited.
Yeah, slight pause though, as they wait Jazzy with tons of information in regards to where everybody is residing, but there is potential for just some sort of cohesion onto the site. Juna slowly working up. Finally, we do get to see that showstopper come through from Bunny B, but everyone slowly making themselves work on site. It's difficult. Wadada, they have 3 players left standing and the site under locks, but it worries me. Malia does have that ultimate. Realistically, this is going to be hard, I will say. I mean, Starbound, actually, Melia does go down, so it's not going to be too much pressure here. Unfortunately, fight isolation is kind of the name of the game. They weren't playing together. There wasn't really any sort of potential for those trades. So Thea stuck in a very, very awkward spot. Bunny B, it does have potential to actually take out Bunny B and Starbound. So they're going to have to pick their fights wisely. If Australis goes down, it gives reason, but it's not.
Yeah. Wanted to stabilize again. They needed that decisiveness. They needed that opening with the showstopper, just the space it creates. And the timing here, perfect from Juna on the backstab onto Jazzy, who would have had a crazy impact round, I'm sure, hard anchor in that site. And I'm going to say it, if Thea wins that fight against Starbound with that from the shadows, it goes Fly's way as well. Like, again, it's a knife's edge the way they're winning these rounds. But that, hey, let's celebrate. Wadada, first round of the half, Gomphers, right? And much needed to keep Fly off a map of series point.
Yeah.
And, only concern now is that, again, the only thing left on this ult cycle really are those Seekers. And, okay. Starbound says I've been burned too many times by hard swinging to be main. The little pixel line held, but Thea still disrespects it, by the way. And now, because Warda utilized mid as that avenue into the A split, or waylays here, you had Melia playing a bit closer. And, okay, Thea, we're getting a bit too active now, all right? Closer syndrome, don't let it set in.
I will say that's the difference between the, you know, starting to feel that confidence and that ego.
Yeah.
Wanted out being a little awkward with their approach here, because you're seeing Jazzy literally just peek out a name.
With an op as a Sky, by the way. But again, she's versatile. She's a multi-tool, and we are seeing it do the odd jobs all across the map. And speaking of odd jobs, Seekers into the Bunny B entry. I like the support, but Melia is so good in these anchor positions.
Yeah, so much pressure too. We're finally going to be able to see, I mean, the potential peek out onto B, but it doesn't work out. So I don't know. I mean, I see the vision for the Seekers, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, I kind of want to do like a study Gompers, like of like what site and what map has like the lowest like execution success rate because of how fruitful anchors are. I feel like Split B has got to be up there because, again, I feel like I see so many of these players do so well on these anchors, and that's right up Fly's alley where we mentioned they sent WinCon wasn't necessarily playing well-coordinated retakes, it was playing well-coordinated anchors, right? We talked about Melia, we talked about Thea being that effective cross, and that's still kind of what has happened here on Split, I'm not gonna lie. Like one site, one heaven. Edith sometimes Edith on the pivot. Speaking of Edith on the pivot, operator.
Edith in mid now. I don't know. It's difficult because FlyQuest do love this 3-person hold in mid, and it completely shuts down Wadada in any way, shape, and form.
So backtracking here, but immediately look at this. The duo on this A defense and back on the line. Sky, Waylay. What do you do to break through it?
Yeah. Sky Flash now coming in, but they're
timing
completely isolated down inside of the smoke. It actually gives Jazzy a way out for a second to recollect themselves, but everybody on the side. This is match point guys, by the way, so it really does matter what Edith does here. And an elbow. Finally, we do actually get to see that Viper's pit locked down, and it's up to Melia now to make those numbers count, but here's the difficulty. 3 players watching up towards top. And I mean, it was close, but not close enough.
I was a bit worried multiple times, from the double swing out of the Viper's pit to they all had low HP before Power Pixel got that regrowth off. But again, this is when Wadada start to dial in, when they know they're on the hinge of being sent to the lower bracket, when they need to scale up. And I like the simplification here. Again, they start with the information gathering, then they immediately pivot into an end. It might be starting to get predictable. This magnetic draw to the late A end is my only concern, because you still have 3 more rounds you need to win to get to overtime. Yeah. And we're hitting that grand finale-esque old cycle Gompers with the convergent paths, right? We'll get that null command here sooner rather than later. And it's, again, a pivot for Fly. Still a timeout, by the way, if things go awry, but the 3-stack, and Jazzy this time in MEOW.
Okay. I mean, another aggressive push out towards mid. And it makes me wonder. I know Wadada, you know, obviously a little bit more accustomed to Fly being aggressive on their defense, so they're sitting back a little more.
Yep. I think they spotted at least, obviously, Astralis in mid, but doesn't include them in unless it's an A end or not. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Thea, these B first bloods are crazy. Starbound has met their match, and now again, it's that crutch of this A side exec that has numbers on the way.
Yeah, numbers that unfortunately Fly. I mean, Wadada just cannot seem to lose. They can't afford it. In reality,
Ew.
Bunny B is really just trying to get everything back. And if anyone can, I do believe it could be Bunny B. The problem is now, I mean, you're stuck with Power Pixel having barely any health left.
You can converge it past this retake if you want to. But the timing, you lost.
Yeah, timing's gonna be difficult. Unfortunately. Yeah, okay, this is good though. Jazzy does still have Dog and Flash. Unfortunately, rotation from Thea's coming in way too late. They need to go in now. Cannot wait. That Flash is ready. And Thea's taking too long. Flash is prepared, but the Paranoia does manage to give some of that damage. It's there. It's for the taking. Can they do it? Jazzy wide swing. That's all they need to do. But the repositioning is crazy. The timing for Wadada, they're playing on that and abusing it.
Wow. Yeah, they understood that they were low HP. They understood the capabilities of Melia in that position, and they play around that perfectly. And Power Pixel now has saved this game multiple times without a regrowth, I'll say it. And yeah, double digits reached here now. 2 more rounds needed for overtime to keep their chances alive here. But have to see Bunny be starting to heat up too, right? When it matters, this re-clear, this aggro into screens that kept and expanded numbers for Wadada. All very impressive, but again, all it takes is that one good ult round for Fly, so you can never count them out. Still sitting on this timeout as well. We'll probably see it next if they lose again.
So funny how much fear is in Wadada, man.
Not wrong. Yeah, they play it so slow and they speed up so fast. Different look this time, though, with Starbound alongside this A exec, and instead Bunny B trying to be that punish against Thea, but I don't know. Fly have been good about not giving these kills away. And you can see Edith is in that reactive convergent path position off of contact instead of taking that line of sight themselves.
Sadly, though, on A, I do think the convergent paths is going to be a very, very hard take for Wadada to get onto site. The problem is I mean, you know, 30 seconds left. You still got 2 players left on site. Convergent paths is going to slow things down heavily.
That's where the issue is. Wadada in these time crunch situations get a bit sloppy sometimes.
Dirtos. I mean, they've completely slowed down at least one agent, luckily enough, wasting that showstopper too. And the collateral, I mean, just everything, every single component coming on for FlyQuest right now is working. The cohesion is beautiful, and they have just one out. They're 2-0 here coming through FlyQuest. They, I mean, dominate, I guess. So they are the victors for the first match coming through for Game Changers.
Wow, a stability element. And I think this is a huge fight for them to start on as well, right? Yeah, Jazzy in the crosshair moment said, like, there's no team that we don't think we can't beat here, but this is an opponent you knew you had beaten on the road to becoming champions for kickoff, and it's a great, again, K-Star before you're going to face your Swim Trick Blue, your Shopify Brilliant Golds later in this bracket. Although I will say, spoiler alert, SRG Ghost, I think, went to a map 3, by the way. That's about to start, guys, on the B stream. And again, those are teams that they didn't have to face off against in kickoff. So all in all, very well-rounded. We're able to correct their mistakes in time as well as soon as they recognize them, and all those are really strong telltale signs of a stable squad that is going to be hard to deal with as this tournament continues.
Yeah, I like that. I think it was quite different, to be honest. You know, obviously with the meta changes, it's unfortunate we cannot see my favorite neon shotgun plays, but I think
the Waylay was good. The Waylay was good. I liked it.
I like the Waylay. I actually think I prefer the Waylay here for FlyQuest, to be honest. I really miss it. I think Bunny B was essentially just really, really strong. But I will say they look really good on the Rays. Unfortunate though, I do feel like fear was the thing that happened, guys. But all in all, I mean, you don't want to hear me talk about it. The desk definitely has a lot of exciting things prepped for you. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, that is how we open up Verizon Valorant Game Changers main event. FlyQuest defeat Warada 2-0. Welcome back to the main event. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Dryad and Wyatt on the desk. And if you're just joining us, it was a masterclass from FlyQuest. Every map, every round, it was beautiful from them. You'll see some highlights coming up here, but looking at the timeline here, I think, Wyatt, there was a moment in time where we thought we were going to a third map, and then FlyQuest said, no, hold on, no, we know you have dinner plans, we know you have we'll get this done for you.
Yeah, no, for real. I was surprised that Wad and I were able to keep it so close towards the end of that game, given Fly are, well, now 8-0, but coming into this 7-0 on the map. No one has been able to stop them here. And with map 1 being so convincing, it's like, how is this one going to be any closer, is the thought you have. But, you know, it was, like, respect to WOOF, I think they definitely came in with an understanding as to how Fly were going to play around this comp. Obviously, there's a ton of tape on what they're doing with this KO. But, you know, for me, ultimately, a lot of what today has come down to is the basic berry analysis of these guys are shooting. But like both maps, you just had players from Fly that were going on. And just in the individual performance, you know, no one on WOOF today was really shooting at that level.
It was a great map as well because yeah, it was a bit closer than we expected looking at the recent scores for this side of FlyQuest, and a lot of it, honestly, it really came down to the hero plays that we saw in that first half. It feels like some of the players started a little bit cold. I think Jazzy in the first 6 rounds, she didn't really have any kills at all, and then she starts warming up a little bit more, finding those kills, and also being able to turn around the 4v5s that they were missing so many times. You saw whether it was Starbound or whether it was Bunny B on the race, finding those openings, but it came down to the follow-ups right after, and you see it not only because they win those big rounds that they needed to with both of the pistols and also being able to convert the bonus, but again, you see, I think it's a 4K for MEOW on the defense with a Viper when they're trying to push from B main. You also see Edith on that last round to make sure that you're denying that overtime as soon as possible, being able to back up and also not get killed by the race ult. And you also see once again some of the plays from Thea that was incredible once again on the IGLing throughout this map, because yeah, you're playing a lot of maps of Split, you're really comfortable on the map, but people start to read some of the things that you're doing, so they were always able to switch it up thanks to her.
That last round from Edith switching to the Waylay on this map was so fire. The conversion paths into the like 30 seconds on the clock execute, and then the recall when the showstopper was fired at her, that was nuts. And on top of that, like, also back to MEOW, just for the series, finishes at 42 for 22. Like, they're just on a tear right now. Again, it's like the individual skill on this team is just insane at the moment.
I'm glad you brought up Edith, because for a Verizon post-match interview, I have none other than Edith from FlyQuest. Come to the front, take a seat. Well, first off, congratulations. Well done, well played. We have done the math. We've crunched the numbers. You are now 8-0 on Split. Did you know that? 8-2-0. Yeah. You have not lost on that map. How? It's such a basic question, but like, where you've changed your comp. You've come up with these new ideas, but it still works. What is the FlyQuest philosophy of Split?
I don't want to go too deep into it because, we're still in the middle of the tournament. Don't want to give it away, too many strats.
The secret sauce.
Yeah, the secret sauce is definitely just our chemistry on these characters. Everybody is on something that they're comfortable on. Everybody, just flows together. The ideas are always there. We get our lines, and the rounds just come to us.
Are you all boot camping right now?
Yeah, we're at the Logitech facility in San Jose. Shout out Logitech.
How has that been with your coming together with your team? What has improved? What has changed?
I think our mentals and just overall team chemistry is just something that is, you can't replicate it online. In person, it's just unreal. Like being able to fist bump your teammates after matches, being able to give them hugs, being able to eat dinner with them, lunch, just, sleeping under the same roof as them is just unmatched. The feeling that I'll never forget.
And that's what we love to hear. I want to ask you something. We had a clip from Jazzy where she spoke and she said that, she wants to win, but literally anyone can win. No team's a particular threat. Any team can win. I'm curious, what is your philosophy about the rest of the field in the main event in terms of the teams and the competition?
I think it's pretty wide open right now. I think whichever team comes together and, is in good form towards the end will probably come out on top. I would say, in my opinion, obviously, I think that we're gonna be hitting our stride towards the end of the tournament. Puppy Thieves, strong contenders. Obviously, you can't count out SR. I think Ghost Gaming is a sleeper pick. They've been hitting their stride recently. you know, I just think it's whichever team comes together towards the end, honestly.
Well, something that you've been saying is that FlyQuest have that synergy, have that, you know, literally the power of friendship kind of ideals. Do you think that is what it's going to take FlyQuest to the end to become our main event champions?
Yeah, I think our resilience and our chemistry in the server is just something that no other team has right now. It doesn't matter if the score is 12-0, if we're down 0-12, or if we're up 12-0, we treat every round like it's the last round of the game. We take everything round by round. We treat every team like they're the same, and you know, our resilience is just unmatched.
And you are unmatched. You played out of your mind today, Edith. Well, I'm going to let you, I'm assuming there's a team dinner involved. I'll let you guys go have some fun, you know, your fuel for the rest of the main event.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Have a good one. The power of vibes is always unmatched. I hope you all get to feel that one day. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, but stay right there because I have a question. Are you a cat person or a dog person? Because it's cat face versus puppy thieves next.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Dryad and Wyatt on the desk. And I asked before the break, are you a cat person or a dog person? I expect those answers in chat right away. Come forth. Wyatt, Dryad, do we have an answer from both of you? I'll start with you, Dryad.
I have 2 cats, so...
You do. And
like
Wyatt?
cats.
Yeah, my 1 cat kind of equals 2 cats, actually, if you look
That
at the
is true.
size of him. And, you know, as soon as there's an opportunity for a bit where I pick up my cat and show him, after like 2.5 hours of him begging for more food, he disappeared. He ran away right when it was time for the show.
He didn't sign a release. It's fine. He is shy, but he will be paying attention, I'm sure, to our next match, which is Cat Face, versus Puppy Thieves. Which the most like beautiful tricodes in the game for this. You can see it. WOOF versus MEOW, which is so exciting.
Cinema.
We've been waiting for this.
Cinema.
We've been remember that back in the days, Dryad, we used to call Catface :3 because we weren't sure what to call them, and now we're so sure. And now they have their counterpart here. But this is how our bracket is shaping up.
Yeah, I never really knew what to call them. I mean, I feel like I'm still hesitant because it's really MEOW and WOOF. Like this only happens in Game Changers, and you know what? I love it.
Yes. Only here can you get me willingly barking and meowing on stream. But
Is that what
friends,
their players have to do when they need a drop? You have to meow on them.
We should ask
You should ask them, and I love
never mind.
that your mind went there. I love they're like, that is perfect. That's exactly what I like to hear. But let's start talking about today's game. It is Catface, or today's second game. It is Catface versus Puppy Thieves. They are well aware of this game. They know it's kind of the battle of the legends, the ones that people are looking forward to because of the name, because of what it may be. As you can see, St. Claus here. Well, that was a very Jersey St. Claus coming forward. They know we're ready for this. You're ready for this. They are ready for this. Dan, it is a battle for the ages.
It is going to be a good one, and honestly, yeah, I know. Besides the names, I know the names are pretty funny, but when you look at the scores that they've gotten recently in the Swiss stage, I feel like they are pretty different. You see a Catface that has been struggling, has been winning against the teams that are kind of in that lower part, and then for the top teams, they have really been struggling against. And then you look at Puppy Thieves, and they have been incredible. The only team that they've lost against recently is Shopify Rebellion, which makes a lot of sense. But outside of that, they win against the teams that we just saw, Wadada and FlyQuest, that are some of the top teams that we have. So it's more than anything on Catface and what they're going to be able to do today, because it's not going to be easy.
Well, let's talk about Catface for a little bit. The first team that we'll bring up today going against Puppy Thieves. I think this is a team that if you have been watching GC for a while, you might recognize the name. You're going to recognize the tricode. You'll recognize the players here. Some kind of old school GC players here, Wyatt, making up the team of MEOW:3 Catface, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, for sure. They come in as the 7th seed. They clutched up in their Swiss Stage 3-for-3 game. Like, pretty dominant win. Elaborate played great there on the Vice. So, you know, they have felt the high-pressure situations, and they have succeeded, even though, yeah, they've got a mix of some old faces, some people we definitely know, and some players that are more new to having deep GC tournament runs.
And here we are looking at their match history. Dan, you were hitting on this. This is kind of a team that has, had those struggles, losing against Wadada, losing against Sad, but are eventually finding their footing against Ghost during, versus Mask during the Swiss stage.
And it's something that they really needed, and in a way I feel like it's going to help. This is one of those teams that, yeah, we recognize a few of the players, but the mix of all of them together, we haven't gotten the chance to see as much. So I feel like even if it was hard for them on the Swiss stage, a lot of the reps that they're getting are going to be beneficial. You see it here, they played 7 matches, they played 15 maps as well. Yeah, so a lot of time for them to figure out how things are going to work out, how the communication is going to work out, and then they might be benefited as well with the fact that a lot of teams are going to be changing their comp slightly without having so much neon as we saw before.
Yes, and that is something that I think we've been talking about the entire day, this entire time we've been here at GC, even in some challengers for a little bit. But friends, they are going to have their work cut out for them, because they are going against some thieves, some stealers, some robbers of Puppy Thieves, which is just such an incredible name to have in the GC community. I think, GC, sometimes we have those funny names, but oh, there's a cat on screen? What is this?
That's crazy.
What is this, Dan? What are we doing? Dan, what's going on?
Things sometimes don't make sense, but I think that just proves that cats are better. But anyways, I wanted to talk about this team because the name Puppy Thieves, not sure about the puppy part, but the thieves part comes from them being part of the 100 Thieves org for quite some time, and that team really started happening and became a thing in GC because of Lydia. She was a content creator with them for a while, and just recently she stepped away, and now she's part of Shopify Rebellion, which was massive news as well for the GC community. But that meant that the 3 players that stayed, they had to reinvent a little bit of how things were going to be playing out, and it has been looking pretty good. You see the results here. They had one of their last matches that they played, they had a subman, which was, out of all the subs that you can get, you got Fluorescent, who was popping off. But for everybody else, they have been so good. You look at Nora, for example. She's played in challengers already, one of the only players that we have in GC that has played there as well, and all of that mix of experience plus the time together is what is giving them these kind of results.
And looking at this, that you can tell they are doing well, and they are doing it very convincingly. 2 folks we wanted to focus on from Puppy Thieves are Zoriental and Terror. two of the players that you saw just now with the roster. Wyatt, as soon as the head-to-head, I'm going to go to you to talk about this. And again, the cat comes up, and it's okay. It's a very cute cat, little tuxedo cat.
Crazy.
Crazy. Traitor, a spy, double agent. But here we are with kind of what we were talking about, right? Both of these players have that neon in their belt, which we might see them move away from. But their stats are still very, very good and pretty equal to each other.
That is really one of the main things I wanted to highlight here. Like Dan mentioned how Catface, they aren't really running the neon. So theoretically going into this game, they're already kind of more prepped for the meta, whereas Puppy Thieves are super indexed into running the neon double duelist, very meta stuff that they're more than likely going to be going away from because neon is very good and they play it on every single map, right? And that's Terror playing it like everywhere except for one. The Viper was on Bind, which isn't in the pool anymore. And the Breach was on Split, which is then where Zoriental plays the Neon and all of the other duelists. And Zoriental has been a great duelist for a minute. But it's really just a question of where do they go with the comps? They obviously have a lot of potential options because what's crazy is that in Terra's match history, they've played 24 different agents in their recorded history on VLR. So they have options. They could do basically whatever.
I don't think I've done that in my entire Valorant casual career, but you asked where we are going with the comps. I can tell you where we're going for the maps first with our map picks and bans here on the screen. Dan, I'll go to you for this. We're starting once again with Ascent, and then we're going back to Split, just like last game. Then if necessary, we will go to Lotus.
I really like that we're starting with Ascent. I feel like that just gives us a little bit of a hint of what teams are willing to do for this new meta, how much more of that neon are they still willing to play, how much they're switching up other things, as we saw in the previous series. So I'm excited for this map of Ascent. Again, we really haven't seen much on this setup for Puppy Thieves, and especially with a map that just hasn't been available since they were formed and we're working around this core. So I really just don't know what they're going to be playing. They have played a little bit of Jet in some maps, like we've seen on Breeze. They've played a lot of Neon mainly, some Raze here and there. Even the Chamber, I think, is a possibility that we didn't get the chance to see last series, but they could bring here.
I like this Ascent pick a lot. I also like that despite having played Haven like 5 times and having a winning record on it, Catface opt to ban it because they have that much respect for how good Puppy Thieves have been on the map. I think that's a good targeted ban. And they don't know what they're going up against with Puppy Thieves comp on Ascent. We'll find out in a moment. But you have Catface running the double Sentinel. And hey, against a team that has been showing that they just want to run double duelists, they'll get Clove into the mix. Having a lot of stall could be really effective here. Though Puppy Thieves said it's 2021. We're going back to old reliable. That's crazy.
I mean, looking at this comp...
Vintage. A fine wine of a comp.
Exact. And we're looking at wine right now. That was beautiful. Oh, you're so good at this, Wyatt. Dan, I'm going to go to you. We see the Zoriental on that Jet. We see Kestrel on that a double Sentinel comp on the side of Catface.
Yeah, that is something that Wyatt just mentioned for Catface. They have already played this map. They played against Frostwhite, and it went all the way to overtime, but they were still playing this comp. It feels like they had some really good ideas on that defense when you're looking at this double Sentinel and some of the things that the Vice is able to do. But again, on the other side, you can be playing 2021 comp, and things are going to... I feel like no matter what, it's still going to be a challenge for Catface. It feels like everything is going on your side, that you have a lot of opportunities on the defense, but can you get enough rounds on the attack, though?
This is going to be a situation for Puppy Thieves starting on defense where they're going to need to play a very proactive game and not allow Catface to actually get in a position to plant the spike. Because when that's happening, if they're not able to flood back in to fight Catface at the chokes, stuff them at the chokes, they're going to be dealing with multiple thorns on the ground when they're trying to get back in. A lot of stall. Dealing with Kestrel saving a wall and throwing that up to deny a lane somewhere where you're trying to retake. Like, that is a situation where your win percentage chance is extremely low. So even though Puppy Thieves are not playing as proactive, as aggro comp as we've seen elsewhere, like with a double duelist, with a Phoenix Neon, whatever, they're going to have to still play with that same mindset and style to succeed.
Well, folks, it is Ascent. Anything is possible, like pause. I'm going to send over to your casters, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Thank you so much, Liz. You know, sometimes Valorant's a dog-eat-dog world, but now we have cat versus dog. So I'm pretty stoked to see what kind of chase we're going to get, because this is the main event. This is the big deal.
I know for us, Lemon Kiwi, because on the desk, everybody's like, oh, cat. I have 2 cats. I have 1 cat. We're dog people on our side as casters, though. So I think we have our own little war going on between us and the analyst desk for today. But jokes aside, I still think that despite this being like a generational matchup between WOOF and MEOW, and I'm loving that I'm going to be doing this whole series, it is still going to be a very close game no matter what, even if there's going to be a lot of talks around the WOOF team, around Puppy Thieves. Catface has actually looked pretty good during Swiss stages. And now looking at this matchup here on Ascent, this double Senti could still be very good against that 2021 comp of this side of WOOF.
Well, see what kind of tone we can set with the double Senti. And, you know, Deadlock's great at fighting, but at a distance, there's only one bark, and it's from the defense. And with the Sheriffs like that, you have Nora, aka Scary Shark, on your team. This is a really stacked Puppy Thieves roster, hoping to prove themselves so they can get a banner under the belt. And Elaborate's just trying to go under this staircase, goes unnoticed, still manages to go 1 for 1. Not bad. But Catface are down tremendous in this round.
Yeah, and with that push that you already had on the defensive side from Scary Shark, she already heard the rotates already from Catface. They know the last second is coming towards the B side. It's going to be easy to shut down the attack to try to get the plant here from Catface on that B site. But let's talk about what I meant by this matchup should still be pretty good for Catface, because yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to score rounds here on the attack side by playing this double Senti, but you're almost looking at like an old school style as well back in like 2022, 2020, actually sorry, 2024, when double Senti started to look pretty strong on Ascent. It was all around changing the compositional change to add Yoru, to add Chamber, to bait out the Senti util, which you don't have here for the side of Puppy Thieves. So if you're able to get maybe like 1 or 2 rounds for Catface, I think you're going to be looking pretty good once we switch sides.
Well, I think you're pretty stoked too when you have an anti-eco and you just got so much info off that knife, but it's not going to force a fight from Puppy Thieves, but it may just allow Zoriental to scale up now with the Marshall, and ooh, missed shot. Now is just going to try and trap Catface, goes in for the re-swing, and Catface are pretty pinned down. Chances now for this lurk to activate, and Elaborate can't really get that upgrade, but still is happy to create multiple threats and allow the Catface team to escape.
Elaborate was also a big win con as well for Catface going into the Swiss stages. The timings that she's able to find, especially on this agent on Pearl against Mask, when we were able to cast him here, Lemon Kiwi, going into the Swiss stage. That said, though, they are able to do a little bit of econ damage. I think right now the name of the game is to control this B main, try to get that second orb back in control of Catface as well, which would allow Elaborate to get this Still Garden ASAP. Too bad they lost Luna Fox, because I think that would have been another big win con for them to cycle that ASAP for their attack side. Because remember, I think, like I said, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, you should be in a comfortable spot once you're switching sides for Catface.
Oh, good bait. Wait a minute. Nice shot from Rarin, or Raven, I should say. And there's a lot of noises we're going to be making, and it's Miara that makes them all silent in the end. Blue Owl, the last one to fall. And it's, well, 3 of those weapons into the bonus, but pretty good damage from Catface considering how they got marked so early in that round.
Yeah, the only thing that's unfortunate for them is that they weren't able to get plants here on that first and second round, so you might have to invest just in case until full armors unless util and Zoriental wants to start pulling out the Outlaw in their bonus round, just to try to stop a little bit of the defaulting that Catface will bring out towards this game. Because again, this is another type of playstyle you see on the attack side too, because you're playing double Senti, single initiator, and with initiator changes, you should expect here, oh, sharp attack, let me hold that thought.
Oh, yeah. What a pounce from the puppies. But wait, Catface, they got some bite back too. Kestrel, though, is cornered. Zoriental's going to call St. Claus over, and they're going to just confirm this crunch. Catface still trying to find routes to escape. They did a decent job at that in the last round, but Puppy Thieves are so quick to take that map control and to sense weakness in Catface, looking to convert that bonus with pure aggression as Blue Owl's in a 1v3. Zoriental at 5 HP. Blue Owl still has to recover the spike. Not going to be easy. Going to try and isolate using the smoke, and just the spam through the box is enough to win. Now surely the stack. Wait, we're all lining up for Blue Owl. Oh my god, the Red Bull clutch. Are we serious?
So now I have to go to call WOOF, MEOWs, and now Blue Owl
So
with
many
the
animals.
clutch. How the hell did she get that? I know. There's like animals. I said there's a scary shark in there too. This is going to be a very fun cast today, Lemon Kiwi. But now look at how she was able to isolate these spikes too. That first pick was very nice. That first jiggle too. I think there's a slight mistake coming out from the non-repositioning here from Puppy Thieves after they were spotted by Blue Owl, and they didn't really try to play the real high-low. So the jiggles are perfect for Blue Owl, and that shouldn't have been around here lost by Puppy Thieves. They did some good damage though on their bonus round, but here comes Catface looking to aggress again.
Another aggressive take here from Catface, dashing through the smoke. St. Claus with the cutoffs. Almost got the second, like that wide swing from Luna Fox, and Catface will follow this pain train all the way towards the site. But there are threats, even despite the barrier being placed from Kestrel. Puppy Thieves didn't go down without a fight. Now that barrier is taken out. There's market presence. Puppy Thieves gonna take a second out. The spike's been planted to drone out through main. It has been taken out, so that's something Yara or somebody from Puppy Thieves have to address, but it's how they want to commit to it. Puppy Thieves going in quite fast, not actually looking at the people at B main until that reaction now, but maybe the damage has been done, and all the post planters gone, and Puppy Thieves still successfully retake.
Very nice attempt though by Kestrel, just disrespecting the fragment left by Terrasar towards that B main, and almost had that timing. And I saw the vision as well from that post plant positioning from Catface by leaving out in the open at that left arches, so they could really try to play as passive as they can towards that back of the site and trade off each other as much as they could. But the exit was nice. The stall was even better from the side of Puppy Thieves. And I like this so far because if you're looking at the first few rounds until this very round, it has always been, Puppy Thieves on the attack first, on defense, just pushing down the lanes. Catface wants to disrespect that in their turn, but unfortunately couldn't really go for that real exit into the site to win the fights in their favor. But now another round comes in. You see how already Zoriento's out towards that A main, now flooding the players towards this op of Scary Shark, or outlaw rather, of Scary Shark.
Now you know there's desperation on the Catface side, so I like this normal default. Get the information, strike them down one by one. Quick reload for Scary Shark, and I like that delay with the nade. So Catface will have to pivot, change the plan. St. Claus got a plan for them, and it's holding the corner. The recon doesn't... Too much information here for St. Claus, and now it's Scary Shark around the corner. This is where Catface are not going to have a safe place to stand in, and no damage being done. Nice 3K there at the end, and Puppy Thieves on a good trek.
Yeah, and this is also the reason why you're able to play with a lot of aggression as well for Puppy Thieves, because of, now I finally have a chance to talk about it too, the double senti and solo initiator from the attack side of Catface. It's going to be fairly slow. You're trying to walk across the map, you're trying to find clues, and then you're just trying to get some trades as soon as possible. But by staying as a group so far and not playing like a lot of 1-3-1s, there's a lot of big gaps that are being taken advantage of here, especially through scope lines on the defensive side from both Scary Shark and Zoriento, who now has an operator for this 6th round.
I like that Catface are slowing things down. You know that Puppy Thieves, as soon as barriers drop, they're trying to jump at you. They've leveraged Zoriental. They don't know there's an op here yet, and that's going to be a threat. Kind of surprised it's not going to be in top mid, trying to see if Catface, now that they've really lacked pressure at B, that they would take a swing at A. But normal default for Puppy Thieves, while Catface just trying to be here to absorb pressure. And now that they've been awarded this map control, it's Catface that have to do something with it.
And now they're actually going for a solo walk-up, just trying to go for hero plays. Unfortunately here, Kestrel should get picked off. She's able to get one, though. That's a big W.
Right, Confused Fury from Luna Fox. Let's go to tag. I think that's someone at the end, and punishing the off is huge. Catface will be able to pick this up and maybe even play through main on the post plant, but it's if we even get to that point. Some information off the neural theft here from St. Claus, and Puppy Thieves know that Catface aren't fully established, but with the smokes, it does give security to Catface. This flank going to be important here for St. Claus. See if Luna Fox will be able to even maintain the op. It is sensing something on the flank. What a shot!
coming out of the claws. Now the op back into the hands of Puppy Thieves. Flash out, Terror just going in solo, not able to sync up, and Catface just shred through anybody on this retake. 2 versus 2 though, it's not over yet. The spike gets tapped. Catface, pay attention! And the barrel to the dome, and it's all MEOW all day to secure that round for Puppy Thieves.
Losing Kestrel was a little bit tough there with that lurker, as was mentioned before, on that top mid. Because of her falling down too, there's still sonic sensors watching that flank. It's a little bit harder as well, so that means you're dwindling down numbers to set up a real crossfire inside that A site, and you're kind of isolated for the extremities. So it was a very important op shot that had to be won by Luna Fox against St. Claus, which is also very funny that it's St. Claus. Usually it's cats with claws trying to claw back into the game, but it's St. Claus.
About Santa Claus.
Oh yeah, that as well. But that, I mean, is it now WOOF, MEOW, and ho ho ho's? What are we doing?
Basically, yeah. We have so much more time to talk about that too.
Exactly. I think with this timeout, it's super important for them to think about multiple layers that they have to look out for. I love this opening pick, at least here from Blue Owl against the op. It was a beautiful peek in the wall bang into the operator of Oriental, but outside of that is they're losing to a lot of aggression coming out for the defensive side. They're not carefully clearing out those lanes where they're moving forward. They're playing a lot of walk contact because you have no choice really with the comp that you currently have. There's no pop flash for you to go through, so you kind of just have to stay as a pack to try to trade off as much as you could, but the ops are just too much of a pain point to deal with. And then also just these post-plant scenarios that are not being held to their standards here for Catface so far, where from aggression to retakes to one-on-one fights, it's all over. It's all Puppy Thieves so far in this matchup.
Been just like in the confidence that, well, the top dogs are playing with right now, I don't think they should be puppies anymore. Like, a lot of them have gotten so much experience and have been on huge orgs now, so maybe we'll change that name, ideally with an org, but ideally now with an op. Zoriental uncontested on that, hoping to maintain some mid presence, while Catface, again, taking their time, slow defaults being as conservative as they can, just trying to mark where Zoriental can be, especially with the op.
Okay, so they're just trying to set clues right now and potentially force rotates. You have the drone that's able, or the knife at least, that's able to spot the jet and the Allen drone. So Puppy Thieves, they hear the audio, but look at them. Nobody's really moving so far. They're just really trusting the op catwalk to rotate into their mid round back on cat. So this is an off angle by Zoriental. Off that contact, you'll have Scary Shark flashing, and then you can maybe dash away or double swing into it. But now finally, I like this smoke. I think that might force now Puppy Thieves to be a little bit more proactive around that map. But as I say that, they are just not moving.
Terra MEOW are going to get full vision now until the swing, and I like that setup. It's just such a good buddy system from the Puppy Thieves. It's Oriental now, thinking through all the chaos, can kind of be a part of that. And Catface, not down too bad, only by 1. Once this trip goes, we'll see how the dominoes maintain here, as St. Claus watching carefully over A.
They've lost Luna Fox though, so trying to break the try to break the trip towards main is not going to be easy. You're gonna have to move your body through. Yeah, that's an easy kill for Scary Shark.
Annihilation, and 1 claimed, but only 1 left. This Kestrel, just against the world, just would have needed to execute a little quicker there, as this is turning into a much more one-sided defense. But, you know, a double senti on attack isn't supposed to be their stronger side, but 6-1 is no joke.
This is what I didn't like, actually, from the side of Catface. I think before that 1 minute mark, they did an excellent job to, again, make some noise, pressuring out towards that B side, trying to force a rotate. Nobody's reacting to it. You don't hear footsteps. You don't hear rotates as you have players inserted towards the A side. I'm going to hold my thought again, because it almost feels like we're trying to go quick for a plan into a B side punish.
Claus, Santa Claus even gonna see this with the camera. And can you disengage in time? Yara is slightly pushed off the angle. Oriental just steps into the lion's den, and Catface won't even be able to trade. Kind of like this safe position from Puppy Thieves. They wait for Catface to enter in the center, and then Puppy Thieves hope to surround them and find the timing. A big double coming through the top of the side. Scary Shark denies on the front end, and it's a flawless for the Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, so just to continue that point previously here, because that round was just moot, they did a good job working around that map on their default and trying to create some sort of sound noise and sound cues so they can listen to any type of rotates. But once they broke that trip on the top middle, you forced the hand actually of Puppet Thieves, a solo swing out from Terra with a pop flash, but it goes unpunished. They're able to get 1 kill and also punishing support from MEOW's Odin on the top. So what's missing there for Catface is the group up right after the trade, where I was going to say that's the bread and butter that you're trying to work with on the attack side, because you have less utils to activate Raven on this Jet. So now I'm hoping that that's going to get cleared up a little bit more, which is why you see 3 of them working together on middle this time.
Ooh, and the Hunter's Fury, as soon as the trip has been sprung, Catface walk into another trap, and looking like prey out there. Dogs are just better. Wait, another B push, and just tripping up yet again. Puppy Thieves able to work off of information. Catface feeling really stuck on how they're going to pull this off, and maybe Elaborate has to be the one that carves their name. Steel Garden. You know there's always a threat in closet, and this will maybe push people off some angles so you can traverse safely within the B site. Now you're going to clear through this back closet and go for the plan as soon as you can, as Puppy Thieves already going for the retake.
You probably have to cut down a Blue Owl once again. She's trying to find her timing to lurk here on market to get the backstab on Miara.
Should be easy, but how much murder can you get away with? Puppy Thieves have already infiltrated within the site. Blue Owl will try to keep them trapped in, and it's so swift how the Puppy Thieves can retake these sites.
If there was only something towards that back of the side on a pulse plant to hold back Puppy Thieves for another split second, I think there was going to be real big value off the backstab of Blue Owl, because she still gets the kill here on to Miara, but the other 2 just dropped instantly just before. So unfortunate in terms of how you wanted to play that disadvantage position here for the side of Catface, but we're down to 3 rounds pretty much to try things out and hopefully get that 2nd or 3rd round that you need right now for Catface. But they've been struggling in the econ department as well, as it's always been so dominant for Puppy Thieves.
The paranoia, the dash in, but not a ton of space quite yet, as the knife will mark this. Raven marking her name down, and Catface have an exchange. They've lost their duelist. They need to step forward, take up this space while they still have a chance to have an advantage. And what a mark from Miara. Lines up on the pins. Zoriental going insane. And now the rest of the team get to also relish in this moment. Now the drop down, Zoriental kind of playing with their food at this point, as Elaborate would like to still play the game. There's some injuries on the other side. Now Queen of the Hill has been slain, but the reaction from Puppy Thieves is even better.
Love that from Zoriental as well. Beautiful shots with the operator, and then also making sure that they're selfless, just going with the updraft on the generator to try to bait out the shots. So you focus here on taking her down, and you break the crosshair placement. You have an Odin closing in on the front side. You have the Cypher flanking from the back too. It almost feels like where I commended Catface a lot during our Swiss stage against Mask. It's really what Puppy Thieves are currently doing so far in this matchup. They're at the right place at the right time all the time. They're converting a lot of, it seems as though they're converting a lot of these first bloods in their favor too. And just their retake, the teamwork that they currently have is really good. So the big win cons of the lurks and the timings that Elaborate usually has is totally shut down every single time, because the group that they're trying to do here for Catface are just not working out. Look at this other round here, Lemon Kiwi. Round 11, this is 2 rounds in a row now that the money's not the best. So they're just forcing pretty much to try to get maybe 1 round in the last round of number 12.
Now you're crossing in, and everybody's lined up, and the cutlery is just piercing through everybody from Catface. And that is just a tough situation to be in. Catface always seemed to be walking into the grasp of Puppy Thieves and a plan that they have not yet unveiled. And with a bunch of sheriffs, it's not been always flawless for the Puppy Thieves, and that's the only really cope silver lining that I got for you. And like you said, Vans, you're just hoping to get at least 2 on the board before the second half.
Yeah, and Zoriental did a cosplay pretty much bullseye from Daredevil. Look at this. Headshots, get the timing. 2 or 3 of them fall too before she gets dropped. but delays well enough here for her teammate to come out. That Odin, I mean, you have blade storms that are annoying, you have the pushes that are annoying, you have the op that's annoying, and just a team play. Everything is such a big uphill battle right now for Catface to try to take, so it's really time to pull out the claws here and try to bring this back, try to salvage this last round. You have a big Hunter's Fury that you could leverage here to create some space to maybe go for a faster mid to B split if you want to. There you go. They're doing it right now.
Start with the calculated. Now Luna Fox. That kind of Lion Hunter's Fury, we've seen that over at the A site before, and now trying to alleviate forces here of Puppy Thieves. We're going to see this push coming, and now through market, through everywhere. Catface don't have a safe path to take. It's always costed them so many warm bodies, and now they turn to cold corpses. 11 to 1 half for Puppy Thieves is near perfect.
Yeah, they were playing too much with trying to do inserts on a mid to B split instead of really trying to trade off with each other before and then try to figure out what to do in that next layer. So you're definitely seeing here, despite now after the 12 rounds that we just saw, me saying that double senti should be very good here for Catface. All of the duels that are 1v1 so far, though, has been very much in favor here of Puppy Thieves, with the exception of that Blue Owl clutch. So maybe she's going to be my win con to maybe try to bring that momentum back here for Catface in the second half. But if I'm thinking about it so far, I feel like it's too late in terms of Catface. I mean, they're currently taking a cat nap. They got to wake up here.
Oh, looking like hibernation. But this is where the some Sentinels go crazy on defense, so maybe that's just what we have to lean on. 11 rounds in a row. If Puppy Thieves could basically do that, surely the Catface girlies can as well. Now through the market side, Paranoia is going to alert Catface, who are very far forward, and now they're on the back foot, and Elaborate is the only one to try and delay, and is still trying to get the safety of the closet. It's going to try and choose this light carefully. Goes 1 for 1. They're not the cleanest push, but the Puppy Thieves are still established.
Yeah. 3 versus 3, and all of them are on site as well. The retake's not going to be the easiest too. Thankfully, Blue Owl does have a Paranoia for Raven to try to get a pick here.
To save the map, it's Catface on the retake. Paranoia comes out now, trying to get vision as Zoriental makes Raven fade to black. And let's just roll the credits at this point, because Zoriental is absolute cinema.
And just a beautiful counter on top of that as well. For Puppy Thieves, they were just waiting for the counter. Once the Paranoia comes out, once you hear the flood come through, the pop flash comes in from the back of that B side. It's almost like an Ethan S style pop flash for the jet to move forward for Zoriental to catch some players off guard and go for the backstab on the staircase. A beautiful 4-piece, and putting already the woofers at that point.
Yeah, that was sounding like a whimper too, and that's kind of what I would think Catface are feeling right now, and not how you wanted to start off your map pick. And up next will be Split. Puppy Thieves, maybe a walk in the park there too. Surely we can exhaust all the jokes here. I love just reading the reaction.
Exactly. At least for now too, for WOOF, they're just holding back towards that spawn. So despite this being 12 to 1 and how aggressive they were from the first half of this game, they're still giving some respect here to Catface to not run into any type of like aggro play that Catface is going to try to do. But now the tides have turned. They have the weapons to work with against the Stinger by Force 5 from Catface, and it should be pretty good for them to walk into this B site.
I just wish we had more rounds to see what this double senti could have really done. And when I see Zoriental hold a gun, I don't think anyone could hold a candle to this. Zoriental is just a laser today. And there's going to be some kickback from the kitties. And Blue Owl has the 1v3, but can't do it again. Only so many miracles that can happen. 13 to 1 is how Ascent ends. And that is, that was quick. That was quick.
Yeah. Did not expect for it to go that way. Like I said, I felt like this double senti composition from the side of Catface was going to be very good, but the attack side for them, you have to give props to how aggressive they were on the defensive side for Puppy Thieves to not give a chance here for the defaulting to work out for Catface. So now, you know, it's normal. Dogs, they see cats, they get aggressive, they're going to chase them down. Now the cats are backs against the wall. Now they Bring it back. Bring it back in the second map.
All right, well, this is where the puppies become dogs and where we take a much-needed break. We'll see you guys for Split.
Well, folks, the saying usually goes, when the cats are away, the mice will play. But something they forgot here at Verizon Valorant Game Changers is the dogs will bite. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Dryad and Wyatt on the desk. And they hate me for that pun. But honestly, we shouldn't focus on my brilliant pun work. We need to talk about puppy thieves destroying Catface on Ascent. Wyatt, we were watching this. We were hearing the dog jokes. We were hearing the cat jokes coming from our wonderful casters. But at the end of the day, this was a master class.
I didn't even realize we got owls, we got sharks, we have foxes.
It's a zoo. It's a zoo.
It's crazy, but yeah, no, they understood the assignment. They knew how to beat this comp. Vans spoke extensively about it, and I think
also barked
very accurately. Yeah, he also barked about it and meowed about it. Crazy, but just playing super aggro. You can see it in these replays. Early round aggression. They start the game off. They immediately from round one, you see what they're gonna do, right? They start off the game on the pistol round, 4-man swing out mid, and then round 3 on the bonus, they go for the tiles crunch right away. Like, they knew how to play against this comp, always staying aggro on defense, right? It was just so good. And leading into the op as well against a team that has to contact around a lot. It was perfect.
And I know that we also talked about how, you know, playing with this double sentinel, something that you cannot allow is to play for these retakes for this side of the puppies. But it was just something that you saw actually happening constantly. It was 4 or 5 rounds, I think, where it was a full retake that they were able to get away with. And it was also part of it because of that aggression that I saw early on, where that allowed them to get an opening. But then later into the round, the way that they're playing together to go for these retakes, even if you're playing against a double sentinel comp, was just very, very clean. I think we knew that coming into the series it was going to be a little bit one-sided, but it just really felt like Catface could not get anything going, and they had a good composition to work things around, whether it was the late round or going into that second half, but they definitely just didn't have any rounds to work with.
And part of that success on the side of Puppy Thieves was St. Claus. Claws are on dogs and cats. Let's be very, very clear. They are on many different animals, many different mammals. But St. Claus, truly, Wyatt, had such a great game. I can see people in chat right now are talking about St. Claus, talking about how great they were, but a fantastic job from them today.
Yeah, they were insane. It feels so nice when you're a sentinel in a situation where like your opera is dominating part of the map and the team is just getting funneled into your setups. Like, so many times we saw St. Claus in really nice anchor positions, like choosing the right opportunities when they should be tucked close to one of their cages at the choke, or playing a little bit further back, like working around the architecture of one of the sites to anchor. Just super intelligent, always in the right spots, hitting the shots, and taking full advantage of, the rest of the team also just setting her up to succeed. Yeah, like this is one of the rounds where she plays near the cage, immediately kills Elaborate. Like, yeah, just so many good plays. That as well, the little Hunter's Fury combo was beautiful. That comes out off the contact of a trip. Yeah, it's just sick from Puppy Thieves. They play so well.
We love to see that synergy from them, and we're going to need it because we're moving to their map pick next of Split. I mean, they're not going to need it. They already have it. To keep it going for their map pick of Split. You can see WOOF picked them again. That's the only way you're going to get me to bark. Vance will do it for free, apparently, on stream, Dan. But here we have, we're a team that has picked this map. They just 13-1'd another team on their map pick. If you're a dog person, it's looking pretty good for you.
It is, even though when you look at the last time that they played this map of Split, the last 2 times they played it, they actually lost both against Shopify Rebellion and against FlyQuest, even if they got the FlyQuest win at the end. And they tried 2 different comps. I'm kind of wondering what they're going to be going with right now. It feels like they have a lot of ideas that they can have with the initiators and how the double duelist is potentially going to be playing. But the fact that they're picking it, it just gives me an indication that they change it up maybe pretty drastically from last time that they played it. That was, what, like maybe 2 weeks ago?
And now, I mean, technically, you know, Catface are in the doghouse, if you will. They have to win this map pick to bring it to a map 3 of Lotus. I can hear the eye rolls from Wyatt and Dan, despite them not being on screen.
Catface not feline too good right now. I get it.
Oh, that was good, Wyatt.
Like, come on.
That was a pretty good one. Dan, now you.
Come on, Dan, you got something.
You got this, Dan. Come on. Anyways, here we are for the Agent's Legacy, where we're gonna go. It's okay. I'm just gonna cry myself to sleep tonight. My therapist will hear about this, but we are moving to Agent's Select. We could see that double duelist. We could see It is going to be Puppy Thieves on the attack. So the aggression that you were talking about, Wyatt, the aggression that you loved and that we've shown in this post-map segment, would really benefit them here on Split.
Yeah, this is one of the maps where, you know, we were talking about with Terror's Oriental before the match that they're running Neon everywhere, and we will see if they try to lean into that, even though it's been nerfed. I kind of doubt it, and no, they've gone with the Sage comp, actually, and Terror playing one of the other 24 agents that they've played historically in matches, so they're running it.
I mean, and on the side of Catface, Dan, we see a nice double duelist, Raven, Rar, and Kestrel, and they will be starting on the defense. They do have that Vise, but it's looking pretty good on the side of Puppy Thieves for this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's something that we just mentioned. Last 2 times that they played it, they were lost. They tried different comps, and now they go for something different instead of going for the Vice or maybe the Viper that we've seen a lot more of. That Sage is something that we've seen some teams get value of, and VCT, you see it for Sentinels, you've seen it for 100 Thieves as well. Other teams have been willing to test it out too, and mainly on this attack side is going to be how that is going to be playing out for the post plans. I think you see it a lot for 100 Thieves, for example, and the way that they go for that B hit is a fast hit, and then you have a wall that is going to create a lot of delay that you can work with and just make sure that it is a nightmare to retake for Catface. So it is something that we should be expecting for Puppy Thieves again, and for Catface, I think because of that you have to be so proactive with this double duelist.
Well, I can't wait any longer. I'm gonna send over to your casters right meow. It's Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
God.
Oh my, this therapist and voice is gonna be so expensive. But depending how Split's gonna go, this could be expensive for Catface too if they want to remain in the upper bracket. And at least they'll be on attack this time.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a big mind game, too, for this upcoming matchup going on to Split, because I feel like the conversation for Catface between the maps will be, we need to play with aggression. Let's try to leverage our double duelist and play with that type of speediness and proactivity on Split. But now for Puppy Thieves, you're coming out with the Sage, and Sage insta-walls. We saw what Asuna was able to do as well, just to make things very difficult for you to take extremity control in past games here on Split. Hopefully here, Catface could leverage that a little bit more and making sure that they're baiting out that util on that side as well for once they take here their attack side. That said, though, on defense first, they're going to see that type of aggression, extremity control with the Jet on that side for Kestrel. Trying to seize the towards that main, so you're trying to funnel everybody towards middle, but that is just going to be information gathering as we have this wall up from Elaborate.
That's why and we talked about this in the green room. I'm so surprised about the result of that previous map. Catface have some serious potential and really good talented players, and we'll see how this goes. Getting on this high ground now. Zoriental, I mean, was just so accurate before, but it's Kestrel that puts that 2 on the drop. And now it's the Puppy Thieves that are getting dropped. This is really a kick in the jaw. And now Catface sit pretty on the defense to be able to play on this high ground, a good angle to try and retake from. So he'll have Luna Fox on the approach, but no utility except the paranoia. Scary Shark need to swing off the box, and no, just the immediate stoppage from Catface to get the retake and their first round.
Beautiful for Catface as well. They literally played it just like they were playing against Dogs, making a lot of audio noise and then forcing Woofers to peek out against them, and they just won with the power of numbers on that side. But beautiful start from Kestrel too. Basically told Woof to sit when they were trying to execute towards that B site. They did a great job baiting that utility in the first place, though. On the A side, they knew now that the wall was propped up on middle. There wasn't going to be enough here utility to hold towards this B site with only Kestrel with the Ghost, but Kestrel with the Ghost is good enough. Beautiful two-piece. And that is an important pistol round that is much needed, especially after witnessing the first map here of Ascent.
Yeah, just having to get past the obstacles that Elaborate is going to leave behind, and talk about this one. An outlaw flash for the moment. Puppy Thieves get into garage. Now Kestrel has a heads up. Another flash, but still gets the shot that matters. A first blood as Puppy Thieves use the Sage Wall. Swing across, but the Fly's Wall cuts everybody off. To be able to trade off terror in that moment. Puppy Thieves now not able to deal with that Sentinel.
Kind of like that too as well, when you have this wall being placed up right at the entrance and you're trying to cross it. The wall comes up, it already breaks one block of the Sage Wall, so it allows the players on Heaven, Hell, and also New Box to still support here at the front side of B. But this is just you know, potato. It's a simple round, should be a simple round for Catface because it is the anti-eco. Kestrel getting a nice little opener with the Outlaw, and you're just trying to hopefully maximize orb control. So I love right now that Luna Fox was the one trying to go for the hunt, trying to find her opponents here, and gets picked off, but still puts the orb up and is halfway now to that Nightfall.
Just tossing away the weapons.
30 seconds left.
Interesting
Yeah,
here,
that's fair.
just wanting to deny that, and Paranoia right through the spike carrier. Takes Puppy Thieves will take a second. More thorns in the sides of Puppy Thieves if they decide to go
Wait, what are we
through
doing?
mail, and
We're rotating towards A. They might be able to plant B now. What?
10 seconds left.
right. Okay, wait. Okay, this is shaky. 5 seconds though. That's gonna be the real problem. Puppy Thieves trying to bail out their spike carrier, but really, Elaborate will still finish it off. So Catface in a much better spot.
It was all part of the plan. Just pretending you're rotating away so that Elaborate could come back and pick up the 2 kills, get the defuse, and then get closer to the Steel Garden. That was all part of the plan. I respect it. Copium. But no, I felt like they definitely should have kept somebody inside that B site just to get the information and making sure where the positioning of Puppy Thieves would be in case they have to play a little bit weaker in that site. As you hear the plat, you hear the positioning, you hear the people moving across. But thankfully, again, it is the anti-eco, so it was easy for them to pick that up and clean that up. And they're looking now for a mid fight. So both Season 8 with the Outlaw should see a walk down with some support moving through as well from Kestrel to start.
And Puppy Thieves, I mean, they like to use a lot of these flashes from their sky when they are sensing a fight, and Yara has been so good at setting them up for success, and here it is, slow orb now towards Vents, and oh, the denial on Kestrel was huge. That's an Outlaw that's been dropped. Now you block off Vents, you're committed towards B. Luna Fox will be there to try and prevent it. The Lurk is also having an impact across the world here, but the Puppy Thieves are still infiltrating, and they put Catface in a kennel. So this works out beautifully for the first rifle round for the Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, though the biggest win con had to be Kestrel picking up that kill from Mail, but looks like she got distracted by a little bit of piece of utility that was just moving across that ground, and usually that should be a distraction for dogs, not for cats, unless it was a laser. Maybe it was a laser beam. So she looks down, crosshair placement gets broken, Terror gets the easy pick, and then the rest was just all that they wrote here for the side of Puppy Thieves. Easy entries towards that B site. Not any damage was done, really, except for armor for the side of Catface. So this is a pretty strong flawless to take for Puppy Thieves to start grouping up some rounds for their side on the attack.
Building up that economy for the long road is absolutely going to matter. I don't think this is a map where yacht play is going to be as much of a factor, I would think, at least not on the attacking side. We saw a lot more of those purchases from Zoriental, but it's also Catface never had a chance to get a leg up when it comes to Ascent, so now that garage fight. Oh, that nade too, and the damage through the wall. Puppy Thieves, I like that trap play off the slow orb. They obviously are leveraging Terror super well, but this Vise wall, or just any kind of Vise util, was something that has hindered them in the past. So I don't mind Puppy Thieves taking a second. They are getting blocked off by smokes, so this is forcing the Puppy Thieves to hesitate as the boom bot clears the way, and just a spam through the smoke, I guess, is gonna bring success to the Puppy Thieves. And not just that, the Seekers will lead them to exactly where the rest of the Catface members are, but Luna Fox is traded out. Puppy Thieves only have 4. It's gonna take a miracle for Catface to overcome this.
And they have all the information already for Puppy Thieves after this plant. The other Seeker went towards the vent, so they know now that Elaborate's on this flank, and Raze was already shooting towards that back of the site earlier on, so you're in a prime spot to win here for Woofers.
Scary Shark just trying to catch, drop down, find an angle on someone who's not looking. And I like this save because Catface,
yeah.
They need it.
Yeah, definitely the smart play to do. Well, again, you had a flawless from Puppy Thieves in the previous round, and this time around you have a flawless take pretty much going into the B site. Beautiful wall bangs too to just understand where the positioning would be from the side of Catface when you're throwing these aggro smokes to block vision. So players are probably going to set up a crossfire from behind. If you're able to avoid a sky flash, then that probably gives you a prime position to have value off the crossfire setup, so they just spam through the billboard and get a pick there on I think that was Blue Owl towards that back of the site. And look at that. That's why it's also very annoying to play with that type of composition so far here. Just great ways to counteract on the one-way smokes that's being thrown on defense when you're trying to take that line. So now you're going to continue to try to disrespect it. I like this from Catface. Don't give them the opportunity for the side of the attack to condition that you can't control B main. So you take that out of respect, and then you could start funneling him back into like the Vice util over on the A site.
You would think that kind of trap play from Puppy Thieves would discourage Catface from like setting up both their duelists like this, but based on this corner position from Kestrel, this is more about reacting to Puppy Thieves taking Garage, which now pretty quiet after that initial flash, and I like that crouch. Kestrel wins that one against Scary Shark, and Puppy Thieves now need to make a decision quickly because now you don't know if Garage is going to start to get pushed.
What I don't like right now, though, is this position from Elaborate. So, yes, she's watching an off angle, but at the same time, all that util is made for her to stall. She needs to fall back right now, and thankfully, that is the best option so far.
Wow, even when the defense had the first shot, Zoriental gets the last laugh. Steel Garden as the Puppy Thieves try to escape and find some safety on the other side. They'll get the res. They're up to 4 equal numbers, and Catface are around and well. 38 seconds for Puppy Thieves to conceive a different side of the map if they would want. Thinking they just got to keep committing. Maybe they feel happy they've drawn out enough util from Catface, but there's more, including that buys wall that has really hurt Puppy Thieves in the past. Oriental doesn't even need the support, and the Sage Wall comes up so Terror can still assist on the high ground. Catface, though, at a distance, are quite scary. The crunch from Blue Owl and Raven to save the day.
At least it works out in the end, too. Even if we were a little bit whiffy from the Vice Elaborate inside the A site, you still had 3 other players from the rotate initially when it was... I keep trying to think Blue Waters because I'm just thinking of so many animals right now in the GCs. Of Puppy Thieves. Right after this pick, they're trying to stall. They were forced to stall because of the Steel Garden as well. But there was still 40 seconds left in the round. But we went a little bit too quickly to try to re-hit towards the A side. So you didn't really create the sense of paranoia on the side of the defense to force them to over-rotate. And that was an easier hold in the end for Catface.
Yeah, St. Claus can just adjust the wall or just adjust their focus. When you're blocking off main, you would go through ramps, and now St. Claus got way more than they wanted from this, and the Seas will just delay things shortly as St. Claus managing to rejoin the flock, but Catface are starting to take some map control on the extremities. Scary Shark dodges the bullet. Paranoia doesn't make contact. Hilo's beautiful from Catface, and now they could pinch through B main, come up from behind the Puppy Thieves, who are setting up a perimeter on the B site with the spike planted. A moment for St. Claus late into the round to have some flashy moments. Being alive in this round has been pivotal. By Viper's Pit not going to be leveraged in this round, but Garage now being addressed, and Puppy Thieves lose mid-control. That's the last thing they have to worry about, and wait a minute, this is becoming a big problem. 2 versus 2. Elaborate. Rejoin the angle here with Luna Fox in a 1v1 and make it 3. As the defuse comes through, Catface will double the score.
A miscomm too as well for Miara. Because of that double swing, there was a little bit of a trade-off, but then you thought here, because of the instant trade, that the last person alive was still towards that pillar and not towards that B main. I was just about to mention that the biggest hold and the biggest fight in the pulse plan was beautiful there from that lurk from St. Claus, because that doesn't allow for you to move as quickly back into the flood, into the B main, into the B site, and then you already knew here that Catface are trying to take B main control in the first place, so you keep them contained at that spot. But then after the recircle back from Luna Fox to get the pick from Ramen, and then now opening the gap a little bit more here to allow for them to retake that site. It becomes a little bit of luck in the end from miscomms from the side of the Puppy Thieves, but you'll take that round for sure here for Catface, who are definitely looking a little bit more revitalized versus that first map performance.
Now St. Claus now has a team to rally behind her for a 1-4-1 push, I should say, but who's gonna feed the beast behind the op? Goodbye from Kestrel and goodbye Terror as the dog gets a chase down, but Puppy Thieves not quick enough to pounce. And Zoriental's not gonna satchel in. No showstopper, but that will be what's on the menu next.
Losing Terror already early too is going to be a little bit difficult for Puppy Thieves to really set up that wall and for fast splits. So I like at least that we're being proactive for a Catface to figure out the information in the mid round, and already to her 2 sets of shots. The biggest thing right now is Scary Shark. I think she needs to start activating and fight this 1v1 over the B site so they could potentially re-hit back into A. You have double inserts right now across the map from the attack side, so it's both of the Omen and the Viper that has to force it out. And there you go. Scary Shark does a perfect job. Shoots towards that B main, forces out the race out, and then we're already moving towards the A site.
Man, you can't even deal with this Vise wall on the B side. And how are you going to deal with this Nightfall? It marks 2 of the 3, I think, of the Puppy Thieves. Showstopper gets Oriental. High ground control to watch over and bail out the spike carrier. And now on the other side of the smokes, Oriental will regroup. And now you have 2 against the one of Elaborate here in the corner, and there's just no help coming. Catface, they're just in a lot of trouble, but wait, Elaborate emerges and takes care of business with 30 HP. I think business is about to be done. Blue Owl, though, will help things out, make it another 1v1 to decide this, but time is of the essence. Being as quiet as a mouse. The defuse is being held, and Scary Shark denies, and Puppy Thieves at arm's reach.
It was supposed to be a clean round there for Puppy Thieves in the first place with how they executed from, again, selling that fake, the question mark towards that B side. Then they move into an open side onto A. Luna Fox had pretty much the Nightfall to try to just stall as much as she could instead of using it for the retake. Yet you still get value from the Showstopper on the top of Heaven. And then suddenly 2 or 3 players coming back from Catface from the full rotate on B almost made it very possible there for them to close out that round. So a nice little attempt, but by Catface, but it's still at least going to be the round here from the Puppy Thieves. The jiggle easier there for Scary Shark onto Luna Fox. This is going to be a half buy that we currently have here for Catface, so this should be an easy round here for Puppy Thieves.
So the Seekers come out, and you're trying to listen in for these shots, and now the Puppy Thieves will surge through the middle of the map. You have Catface in submission. Sage Walls, too, to just feel safe and secure in these angles that you don't have to leave inserts. You can just be as a stack, be as a death ball, and create that fortress as Catface sit on the other side of a smoke. And now they start to tear through the Sage Wall. They're coming in at a good angle here for Catface, but see if Kestrel can get mobile with the Judge, especially taking out Terror. Could be the start of something good, as now Catface are gonna just flood in, but walking right into the crosshairs of the Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, an easy round there for Puppy Thieves to slow down the rush in from Catface with the lower buy. I mean, everybody just had their own partner. Get it? Partner?
Okay.
We just played the buddy system, or should we call it the forenz system? Get it?
Just kill me.
But let's see what happens now with the gun round. A little bit more important here, actually, for Catface, because they have a lot of big ults available as well. So this would be a perfect opportunity for them to cycle a little bit of that ult and try to run away here with this half. Again, this is you know, Catface's map, or sorry, the Puppy Thieves map pick. They haven't been the best at it so far, but they did have some very close games against the top teams that we currently have in GCNA, in SRG, and also FlyQuest. So a 10-13 loss every single time is not too bad when you're playing against the top teams. And now with this new comp, you're hoping to, you know, keep your opponents on their heels.
Oh, they all just line up like that and come down like a house of cards. And St. Claus has always just been adjusting how aggressive, how passive they want to be as that lurk, and is more consistent and always providing a good opportunity. And this was going to be a good opportunity for Puppy Thieves because they're also playing this round with a res. Leveraging those Sage Walls have been nice. Okay, you're just throwing a nade at yourself, but Puppy Thieves are going to get the plant. We could have given it to Zoriental just to get closer to the Showstopper, but you know, whatever, I'm just nitpicking, and Zoriental kind of frags out anyway, so...
You're right, though. They should have done that. if you want to min-max a little bit too in terms of securing the rest of the half, in terms of adding more ults and more win conditions for your side, especially with how they've been so dominant on the first map of Ascent, they could be confident in the gameplay as well. But I just feel like maybe they were like, okay, well, we don't want to lose the space that Zoriantel picked up on the top of A Heaven, because it was nobody else playing in that spot to watch that lane, so somebody else had to plant. But I do agree with you here, Lemon Kiwi, that they should have found some way to be a little bit more, you know, take their time, and then just making sure that they cover that up so that Zoriantel can get the plant. At the end of the day, though, still ends up being a nice little lineup from St. Claus towards that A main. A walk contact, the walk glitch that we call a lot during this stage, is well punished, actually, from the off angle from the position. You can even see the ping there coming on that mini-map saying, okay, well, that's where St. Claus was playing. We cleared the wrong corner, and then we just lost a full A site because of that and lost a round because of that.
And how they're gonna adjust to this lurk, because it's been a lot of first bloods now for Puppy Thieves, and they still have the res because they didn't need to invest this. You really got to put pressure on Puppy Thieves to make them use these ults. Is another double push, and oh, the timings of crossing through the smoke. Another adjustment from St. Claus, and they could just be walking into her claws, and it's just deja vu. The same chapter repeats itself. And that opens up the A site. Now they cross through the middle of the map. Some forgiveness thanks to the res. You force out the ult, but it's Puppy Thieves where the sky's the limit here.
2 rounds in a row, we just saw a catastrophe on that double walk towards A main from the defense of Catface. And again, opens up the site. It's an easy hit-in for Puppy Thieves, who are literally stealing all these sites and these kills in the positioning. And I mean, you have to credit on the different angles that St. Claus keeps playing. And almost at that point, you might think the next round, they might add a third player and you just condition them to go into a different round. So this is a very nicely played rounds by St. Claus so far.
Now, 5 HP, and the dream is to keep the Vandal. And that will be 4 rounds strung up in a row from the Puppy Thieves, despite an early lead from Catface, 4-2 at some point. Now Puppy Thieves are turning it all around, and this is series point for the Puppy Thieves, so Catface are not gonna be in a good spot unless they turn it around here.
Yeah. And that's why I feel if they want to try to salvage something here, for as they had a strong lead in the first place, a strong start, should I say, by winning Pistol and Anti-Eco, maybe a timeout here would be useful for them to try to get something done here on this 12th round. And again, would the answer try to have more bodies to really try to punish the solo play from St. Claus towards this A side? And if that's the case, then it's just easy for Tammy to pop back to the team and say, well, yeah, let's just go into the opposite side then, because no matter what, it should be weak side if they're going to invest 3 players just to try to punish St. Claus, or you just fight power with power on that side as well. I mean, look at this round. They're about to have 4 players to try to punish St. Claus on A site.
And just how St. Claus is able to play around either her own wall or an Omen smoke. Like, Puppy Thieves are setting each other up for success. Whether it's the Sage and the Raise nade too. Like, there's some really cool trap plays, and we already saw so much of that on their Ascent defense. Now a different look here. Sometimes they like to wall off the vent sides. Now this time, MEOW will be closed for business, and Puppy Thieves are gonna be loud. They're gonna be proud. It's Catface hoping to play off their flash from the Vise, but a showstopper from the defense puts a stop to the Puppy Thieves, who now cower and hope to support their spike on the re-rotate, but also their own Sage wall is hindering them from changing their minds.
Yeah, it's thawing up right now, though, so they should be able to break it, and St. Claus, again, does what she does.
What? Almost an ace! So she makes it look easy. Everyone just lines up perfectly. KDA is gonna go nuts after this. And Puppy Thieves, well, hoping to salvage this, and St. Claus has done enough work to make it winnable after Catface basically had a 5 versus 3. If not, an even better start. Now it's Raven. Yet another animal. Hoping to just play like one too. Spike tapped. Anyone home? Puppy Thieves not even gonna peek. Man, stoic as ever. The nade will force one out of position, and a missed opportunity for Raven to at least get one. Puppies Puppies are as clean as ever.
The fun part about it too is when the paint shells came out, you saw that Terra jumped across, and it's still only Terra that solo swung to fight the 1v1. So you went for a ping pong swing off the tap of the orb, or the second tap of the spike, or now going into the 1v1. So just the heads up plays displayed here so far by Puppy Thieves in terms of the micro is quite nice, in terms of trying to solidify their rounds and making sure that they have it in their favor. And now here comes an important 12th round where Puppy Thieves were trying to punish here towards this B side. Almost did, as you saw the jump spot there from Blue Owl. And that's going to slow down the round a little bit here because they couldn't get the early punish. So I like that we're being proactive with our initiator util to figure out where the mid round could potentially be. So far, it's Catface getting ready here for a triple push and try to go for a trap play into an aggression of Puppy Thieves on mid.
Yeah, because when you run the double duelist on defense, you have less options for info, and I'm not seeing a Raven boombot when it comes to the B garage. It's been a lot of jiggle peaks, and it's been punished. So Catface have to deal with this contact play. Now it's off the flash, off the Sage Wall, and a quick exit, and a couple whiffs from Kestrel, but adjusts with the Vandal and rejoins the side of their fellow duelists. Happy with at least taking down one of the Puppy Thieves, especially one of their best players, but with the pit is up, it barely maintains, and Scary Shark will defend as best as they can as the spike gets planted. 3 versus 3, but Blue Owl probably has to go and bait, stepping into the pit, and Miara just so aware, now spots the barrel, almost the third. Now it's Elaborate against the world, make it an 8-4 half for the Puppy Thieves.
What was going on there? Unfortunately, they went for the Steel Garden inside that pit and didn't try to flood as fast as they wanted to inside B. Instead, they tried to fight around and outside of it, thinking that you're going to try to run outside of the pit, which you sort of did, but Scary Shark was unaffected by the Steel Garden. She gets a beautiful pick on the top of Raptors, and then those that are waiting inside the pit waited way too long. At that point, Miara, the gun wasn't jet anymore. She pulls it out and gets an instant kill onto that one too when he finally start to activate inside that pit. So it was just unfortunate on that timing, and as we were looking at such a strong start for Catface in the beginning, they lose 6 rounds in a row. And now it's actually up to Puppy Thieves here that currently has a perfect day.
Well, almost perfect half, I guess, for Puppy Thieves. It's no 11-1, but we'll take it. Now it depends on how deal with this Prowler and kind of what support can come out of St. Claus, who has had such a fantastic split and terrors. Okay, noticing maybe there was just one knifing down the wall, and then when you heard 2, it was too late to escape. Now an opening for Catface to play with, hoping to at least take another pistol, despite having that good start. They really need to play catch-up here. It's turning into a game of cat and mouse, and now Ramps is being pushed. Elaborate is going to have a lot on her plate. And now the dog comes down, the dog steps down, and Elaborate at least does good enough damage. It sets up Raven to soar, and to play anti-flash like that was crazy. Oh, Scary Shark is not even done yet. Smoke will dissipate, so inspire Catface to maybe follow through on where Scary Shark could be going. Double swing, it's perfect. Catface take the pistol.
Dude, that was such a clean shot there by Raven. I was about to mention that Catface didn't have any real util left going into the pulse fight except Blue Owl with a refresh smoke that they could potentially use. It was perfect right there for Raven to get this pick. I mean, look at this. Oof! You've got to be kidding me on that one.
I can't. Oh, launch me into the sun. Is this a timeout?
Nope.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Let's go. Let's go. 4-1, and look at this lockdown.
Yeah, just a little bit of a flood outside and try to punish your opponents, but this is just basically Lunaflux that's going to stay outside of B trying to listen for some audio cues towards that B main. But instead, she hears it all towards that front of that B side. So it's easy right now for Catface to activate into this A site. I mean, so far so good, right? In terms of having a strong start on beginning halves for Catface. You win both pistols. Now you're about to win both ecos. Hopefully you're able to win a bonus right now too, because if you look at their guns going to the next round, you still have an Outlaw. You still have a Vandal to work with. Lunafox could upgrade into a Vandal as well and still buy the next round. So this could be a huge swing round for Catface to start taking a good upper lead in the second half.
The Puppy Thieves were able not just deny Catface on their bonus, but make it a flawless. So that was how Puppy Thieves gathered so much momentum from there on out. Basically went 8-2, and man, some good damage. Catface hoping to farm up some orbs here as Lunafox checks the wrong side of the road before crossing. But Puppy Thieves won't be able to collect and pass go. So now only 2 rounds separate these two teams. And I think Catface winning those 2 rounds cleanly as well. This could be the start of something good, but all eyes are on this bonus.
Yeah, and he also tried to mitigate as many orbs, or deny as many orbs as possible to Catface. So only Raven is the one that's looking closest to her ult, but it's going into a showstopper that's 4 pips away. But you talked about it, right? We just mentioned before going to this round, it's an important rifle round for Puppy Thieves to continue their lead, but also a big swing round for the momentum of Catface if they're able to convert this. That, again, they still bring in a strong buy into their bonus here.
Kind of an early slow orb too, just really trying to deter the attack after the wall was immediately shredded, and maybe that's what Catface have to do. Just play with their food. Elaborate would love to play the game. Won't be here for now. No solid lurk option. Kestrel maybe able to step into those shoes. With a 2-1-1 split, Catface, their best chance would be to overwhelm B here.
Or at least be able to avoid the paranoia, maybe 3-2-1 swing.
Oh, is it cracking that?
The timing.
That smoke. It's Scary Shark spots it, and that needed to be a moment for Catface to punish. And now they'll group, but this gets the attention of Terror, especially with... Okay, not gonna have the judge out. Okay, until now. This could do a lot of damage. Now stepping in, it's the final kiss goodbye to Catface. They still will get the spike down. Snake Bite won't be able to prevent that from happening. But with Blue Owl having this Vandal, this is going to be a good fight for her to take. These Puppy Thieves are all lined up like a firing squad, and Blue Owl doesn't even want to peek it. Just playing for time, playing for their lives. And here's this wraparound from Kestrel. Let's see if they can blend in with the enemy team. What a turnaround! A 180 from St. Claus! That should have been it! Kestrel could have done so much more, and Puppy Thieves extend the lead.
And it was a nice attempt, dude. You have to give it to Kestrel. She flanked around towards that back. She kept the patience with the crosshair placement. Wasn't trigger happy until, you know, she felt the pressure was moving towards that front B site against Blue Owl. So she had to try to make a play. So she gets the easy first kill, but just couldn't transfer onto the second one. So to turn around right after, I think that was St. Claus, who's been awesome this game so far on this second map. Is just hard to play against, and they had a beautiful double swing towards the end against Blue Owl. So a nice shutdown too. But again, Catface, because of the last couple of rounds that they had, though, still has a pretty strong buy to go into this round here with the amount of plants that they've had. But they still have a chance here to turn it around.
And on this wall position too, just having a little bit of it on your side, you can create that illusion that you could be sitting on top of the wall, and that's something Catface just want to take every pillar down if they can. Now with the orb being down, sees potentially try to trap that Sage as Terror's stepping into it, gets baited into the fight, and Catface relish in that moment.
That's what I was hoping to see more from Catface as well, because you're not playing any like double controller. There's no Viper. Lurking is very difficult on the A side, so you need the double duelist in the Fade to do some action instead and not have the Fade lurk around.
Kestrel versus St. Claus, and what a swing, what a shot from Kestrel. Now the options are pretty open, and now we'll see how Scary Shark can fend off with just the Bandit, hoping to rob Catface of this round. A 1-for-1 wouldn't be too bad. Wow, all of Catface go into garage together, clearing it out as a squad. But this moment, this lapse, gives an in to Puppy Thieves to scratch the surface of this for Zoriental to go sicko mode and now to look for the ace. And it's Blue Owl that had infiltrated the site. They had a 4 versus 1 there, I believe. And now it's all the dice have fallen. Blue Owl denies the ace. 1v1. Yara not able to get a better weapon at the moment. Caught with paranoid. Oh my god, the Red Bull clutch for Blue Owl yet again.
That was nice by Red Owl too, and just a little bit unfortunate for that 1v1 because Miara was still holding a bandit. So that previous round, despite it being a round won by Puppy Thieves, they didn't have enough money to really play into this round. And look at that opener, because of the Sage Wall and also the first low orb, and also from previous rounds seeing that the Sage was playing a judge previously, they wanted to make sure that they season in and cover up that spot, and they caught Terra right away, and it allowed for them to open up the site here to get into B. But in the end here, it had to come down to that clutch from Blue Owl once again. And they're trying to stay into this fight. So far here, the economy is back into normal except for Terror, who has to invest more into utility to try to still gets the drop and kill.
That was the angle you had to worry about with that Sage Wall, and Catface maybe wanted to slip that Prowler past the defenses before they were summoned by the Sage, and that's a wasted Prowler, and that's a huge opportunity for Puppy Thieves to strike early. Oh, this is the walk down. Zoriental just wins every single 1v1 she's in.
They went solo on a mission to re-clear towards mid, knowing that the showstopper was fully invested deep into Robin. So that's an unfortunate missed call, but
how does Scary Shark get there? The drop down. Catface. That small gap that you leave has now been so costly. And it was the defense that already took all the right steps. And that will be Puppy Thieves getting to double digits, and that's the danger zone. It's series point as well.
30 seconds left.
yeah, Scary Shark smelled blood in the water and pounced onto that one and did a drop kill onto 2. But yeah, like I said, I feel like that solo walk clear back from sewers into middle was a little bit of a misplay to try to force a rotate out to create more question marks. Again, I feel like into this type of meta too, where walk contact could still be prevalent, you need to have somebody with you, especially when it comes down to like the previous rounds. Remember when they were trying to, you know, go in tandem to try to push out on extremities on defense, yet they still lost 2 versus 1s against St. Claus's Lurks on the A side and the hold. So they should have learned from that mistake a long time ago and making sure that they still had another buddy system with them if they want to re-clear as a team here in the mid round. But look at that shot, dropping down through smokes, getting that kill. Yeah, it becomes an easy round towards the end here for the Puppy Thieves. Now only 3 rounds away from winning out this series and moving forward in the upper bracket.
Catfish just need to maintain some form. They're only down by 3, so it's tough when you only have 1 hero vandal in this one, and it's in good hands. But Kestrel now left without hands after encountering the Outlaw, and now you're just trying to throw everything you can. Prowler, nades, seeing can force Puppy Thieves to be antsy, but it's Oriental that just waits with welcoming arms. Put down a slaughterhouse as Catface only have that hero vandal left, and still gotta respect it. Blue Owl takes down the goat. Now is hoping to also hold on to this vandal.
Yeah, Zoriental is putting highlight reel so far too. Interesting to TP towards spawn, so they want to respect, give that space here for Blue Owl and to play as that buddy system that I said was missing here for the side of Catface. So props here to Puppy Thieves to play with that type of protocol, and that you probably don't have to give it to Tanny, still coaching this team from the X100 Thieves GC team. And as you see, Blue Owl is trying to go on a mission right now. She never was really close to that spike. She thought that they were going to be doubling up to watch it and think she has a timing for a backstab. And now at that point, you're going to walk through your own smoke. You still have to re-clear everything very slowly. Then you realize, oh crap, I only have 10 seconds left. And then that is going to make it even more difficult for you once the spike gets planted. And you're like, oh wait, I will give my position away every single time. And then they're just going to 2v1 me.
10 seconds left.
Okay, last second smoke and last second plant. There's going to be a ton of ults coming up for Catface in the future rounds, and Blue Owl can pull this off. This would be insane. Just like she did on Ascent. Let's flash out, another one to go. Blue Owl playing with cover well. Paranoia as the Puppy Thieves surge. Catching Miara in the second of 4K. Blue Owl, the Red Bull clutch queen.
Dude, Blue Owl too during the Swiss stages had these beat moments as well. And she steps up to the plate one more time. And this is 2 clutches for her so far on this map, 1 in Ascent. And that is somehow still having so much util in the 1 versus 2. I think the dog was probably the nail in the coffin, and I thought it was going to be a guaranteed round there for Puppy Thieves. But look at her staying tucked in, avoiding a double spam. They're forced to reload. She hits a Paranoia, splits the defense as they're forced to reload, and also trying to be unblinded, and then she isolates 2 kills individually. That's just a beautiful clutch to see.
Now Showstopper. Bladestorm, so much for Catface to utilize in this round, and it's been about momentum. This whole map, Catface haven't been able to get more than 2 rounds back to back. So if you want to catch up, it's got to be here. Especially that morale's got to be boosted after Blue Owl does something like that. Now you're able to draw out that Sentinel util. You've been able to make Puppy Thieves nervous on this mid-fight. Pretty much conditioned to them to fight at that moment a lot. Just be careful, Zoriental. You got a high-low on the other side. Oh, but they're not watching it, and that's the timing. The Zoriental finds off the flash from Miara, placed behind, and now within the sight. Miara's gonna need some support, because within that smoke is the duelist and the whole army that marches on for Catface to get the plant.
First kill was perfect though, but we kind of overheated for that satchel from Zoriental towards the air to try to get info, because there was only one person there to try to get the info and try to capitalize on it, but here's that post play.
Steel Garden is the moment to strike while the pan is hot. I mean, Puppy Thieves just heating up, and just Catface. It feels like you have to play flawless to try and really get the Puppy Thieves low, and Blue Owl just has the Red Bull clutch every win. This is insane. How does she keep doing this?
This time too, lining up the 2 players towards the elbow in the default as well. I mean, there's got to be, I was going to say, it's difficult for you to try to go for alert activations because you don't have the Viper, but to have now Blue Owl to be the late lurks for the post-plant scenarios, to be, you know, the win con for you as well for Catface. She's been awesome so far here on the split map. But they can't always rely on her. That's 3 rounds in a row, or not in a row, but 3 rounds that you have to commend Blue Owl that allows Catface to stay in this game. You got to be a little bit more better in these trades here on the attack.
Oh, watch for this insert, though, from Zoriental, immediately caught, but of course it's a nade of all things. The Nightfall showers down on the Puppy Thieves, who maybe need a much-needed cool-off, because Catface are about to tie things up, and they do so with 4 weapons being carried through. Now, this is a comeback.
And on top of that, they were able to cycle some ults too. I respect that. Go for the Nightfall in the anti-eco. Bring the Blade Storm to take that space around the Nightfall, and then just flood behind it, because you still have the Showstopper to work it this round. So use it to your advantage. Try to stay, as you mentioned, to just try to stay in this game, and now tie it up and catch up. Now, if they're able to avoid the ults from the side of Puppy Thieves, they'll be sitting in a comfortable spot here for the second half. But it took a bit too. It took a lot of clutches from the side of Blue Owl to get this momentum back. And now they just have to ride off that and making sure here that they don't always have to rely on that Omen controller.
St. Claus always has some... Okay, Prowler right into the stage wall. I was hoping to maybe break down that wall so the Prowler could get into vents or mail, and Catface always create that initial pressure, but it's where they end that Puppy Thieves are trying to be ahead of it, and the Seekers will give them all the answers. Going towards mid. This Puppy Thieves gonna keep a keen eye as the second Prowler enters mail, forces Terror back, and now the Seekers may just be something that St. Claus could play off of, but deciding to play safe, and they're a much more conservative lurk on that defense at least.
because there's still a minute left. And right now they've realized the Seekers are pushing everybody towards a rotate on the B site. The wall got bait on A. They can start working up on middle and taking Vents control back into the A site.
That's our space creator right there. Raven versus the Bird, though. No targets, no initial kills. Garage. Now that you cleared the backside, and it's 2 from Puppy Thieves that align. And Scary Shark opens up the first blood. Oh, the retake is strong from all sides. A paranoia from Blue Owl to suppress the top of the site. Scary Shark gets her second, and you have the showstopper that gets immediately canceled. Puppy Thieves have more than enough in the tank, and now they're just kind of trolling. Blue Owl, though, you gotta respect it. 1v3. The defuse is just gonna be held. I guess we're just gonna give up the round and the gun. And that was some tomfoolery right there.
Yeah, they still got the round here for Puppy Thieves, but that was pretty funny from Blue Owl to be able to still get that kill somehow. But yeah, I was gonna say they did an awesome job for Cat. Well, actually, I'm not too sure because I was gonna mention the Seekers kind of just baited the rotate over towards that B site, so they should kind of know that if they're going to brute force their way towards mail or whatnot, that it maybe could be weaker on the A site. They could 3v1 on that top, they could fight back towards the A main, and then maybe have to fight maybe only one more player because, you know, Puppy Thieves already had all the information to his Seekers that most of the bodies for Catface was towards middle and B.
Different stage wall now, too, from Terror. It's Catface. Feeling their numbers as the pit secures mid, so adjustments from the Puppy Thieves, but one thing that stays the same, it's the first blood for the defense. This could be match point here very soon, along with series point. Catface, and they just ascend Kestrel basically solo. Fence for themselves, evens up the numbers. Still a flashlight from Miara. Hoping to reposition, do so silently. Catface reorient towards the high ground. And this is a big moment for Zoriental, which silently drops down, so Catface have to re-clear without having much information. St. Claus choosing to spell, but carefully the multi-kills ringing in. As usual for the Viper, and now everyone's being welcomed. Blue Owl in vents, pushed off by the nade, and Zoriental trying to chase. Now everyone is toying with each other.
30 seconds left.
It's Blue Owl though. But I gotta say, by the way, that pit looked like it was a bird when they set up that pit on the top middle.
I like trying to guess what state it looks like. All right, Blue Owl.
This is nice smoke.
Is gonna go isolate that 1v1, and then based on the amount of bullets left, Miara caught out, 16 HP. Just one bullet could end it. Blue Owl. Oh, just against Zoriental. That's a tough opponent to try and take down. And with that, match point, series point for the Puppy Thieves.
And it was a nice try too, because the spam was coming towards that smoke when they were trying to trade off after Miara falls. And then you paranoia, and then actually I feel like it hit Scary Shark, but Zoriental was still playing on the high ground, so it was hard for you to get a real positioning in the end there for Blue Owl. Look at that, it's a little bird on top. A little waiting towards that back of MEOW too. But no, it's just a beautiful timing that comes through one more time here from the Viper. So if you're looking at least from the way that Puppy Thieves have been playing, you have Zoriental that's putting multi-frags on the forefront face-to-face, and they have St. Claus that's putting multi-kills in timings that she finds, and also denying any pushes against opponents too. So man, they're looking really good in terms of firepower for this team.
Upper bracket lives on the line here for Catface, just frolicking through the flowers. Kestrel is now gonna have to smell the flowers, just trying to make some big plays happen. Now nothing, and that is a really tough person to miss. Kestrel dropping a 20 bomb. Puppy Thieves, oh, don't even get punished. The plot armor behind Zoriental is crazy, and you'll rejoin Terror maybe for some heals. Worst case, you have a res.
I have the spike.
Puppy Thieves are already regrouping towards B.
It's Blue Owl with the ulti too, so if it has to come down to this and you have to get your way out safely, you're gonna be able to TP out. Nice little shot though by Raven.
Oh, it's all rezzed up. Puppy Thieves at full force. The final resistance potentially for this map as Luna Fox needs support. Gets a 3K and puts the cape on her back. 3 versus 1. And Miara still has a flash left. But man, when you have three, those are the main three angles, backside, heaven, and garage. Protocol seems easy on the post plant. Miara's gonna try and pick them apart. Flash to see if someone's towards the bottom. And now the rest of Catface can just play time. Miara, precious seconds gone because of that paranoia. Is gonna decide just keep the Vandal at this point.
Yeah.
Not gonna be any time to defuse.
It was an opportunity for sure. There was a lot of potential overpeak and coming out from Catface one by one, where Miara maybe could have had some clean shots, but after she gets hit by that paranoia, you get deafened, you can't see anything. That's repositioned, that's possible there for Catface, so you fall back and try to save your weapon. If you look at the economy for the rest of the team, though, it's not going to be the cleanest, right? Scary Shark's already down to 0. They could try to maybe fight for maybe an orb control, try to get Zoriental up to a showstopper very close, which could be probably a big nail in the coffin if she's able to get another pick off at the same time. But that could be said for Lunafox as well to go for orb control fights. So, which is why I'm liking so far here for the look of B main, that you have literally Zoriental there and then Lunafox moving in with the rest of the team to try to go for potentially that fight on B side. Still hesitating a bit, but looks like we're going to play more passively actually for Blue Owl, who's going to be watching that line while the rest are just trying to make noise in the middle to break the wall instantly.
An orb would be beneficial for Lunafox as well with the Nightfall, and now that the Sage Wall has been broken down, the more typical defense for the Puppy Thieves. This is anything but typical for Scary Shark, who is in a safe position to retreat after marking one towards spawn. Catface hoping to leverage Elaborate what info she can get towards the right side of the map, and this is Catface with a lot of weight on their shoulders to try and force OT.
Surprised that falling back too, Zoriental didn't pick up the orb though, because they knew the spacing that they had the timing to take it. So now it's gonna have to come down to Zoriental just fighting the crossfire. Oh my god, that's arrogant.
It's crazy. Elaborate has wrapped around through screen to the top of heaven and sends 2 to heaven. Puppy Thieves through ropes, the Steel Guard and preemptive here from Elaborate to just try and secure this, basically this whole part of the map by herself. Blue Owl will join. Now you have a 2-2 split for Catface on the post plant. Boombot not gonna reach Catface as Nightfall to assist. Catface have a good fight going for them. If Puppy Thieves dare 2-step up, the shots have to be clean. And Elaborate basically gets 4 in that fight. That round, this overtime, all thanks to their Sentinel.
That's so interesting what happened there on that round. I don't know still how Elaborate made it up to A heaven, because we're so focused on fighting towards that B side and maybe trying to control that orb that maybe somebody played a little bit too soft for us. But yeah, look at that. Look at the sky. Miara played it at an angle too passively, tried to rotate back towards that spawn, missed the timing as she's jiggle peeking. And then suddenly you see now that Elaborate is able to come through and open it up here for Catface. So again, the win con that we mentioned during the Swiss stage for Elaborate becomes that win con that they allows for them to fight for survival and maybe bring this to a third map if they can.
Pretty crazy. This was an 8-4 half for the Puppy Thieves, and Catface winning both pistols. Now it's do or die. Flash gets no info there for Miara. Catface will have one in the back pocket. Boombot, dog, nades, a lot of good informational tools. Catface also trying to stay composed in moments like this. Now we have a stalemate.
Maybe a little too composed as well. So they're not really trying to find the info yet. They boombotted and haunted. So that's like, okay, well, they still don't know how many players are actually there towards that B main because it's just potentially a lurk. So now it becomes, how do you play the rest of the round? Should Elaborate start falling back a bit again because she's playing, for me, such a off angle that's a dangerous position where she's played it before in the past.
And slower towards vents. It needs a flood through mail and a late smoke. Blue Owl's gonna force some execution here out of the Puppy Thieves. Blue Owl, I love this angle, and works in tandem with the duo. Gives up that space. Gonna be tough for Puppy Thieves. Trip past this. Scary Shark lights up too. This is disastrous for Catface. Puppy Thieves step in and get everything they've wanted and profit. As Elaborate has to be the one to achieve a 1v4.
And with this plant, at least no seekers, but they already have a wall up. Somebody watching flank as well. They should know here that Elaborate should be walking from spawn. Smoke gets refreshed, so hard to retake. On top of that, gets spotted. You gotta come up with a miracle right now to try to win this round.
Just not having the time to go through the staircase. Deal with that person on the high ground. And this is now just talking maybe about the next round at this point. Puppy Thieves. Huge heroics from Scary Shark through the garage side, lining up that double, spacing these mistakes. Puppy Thieves have punished it in the past. That 13-1, they're as clinical as ever. Now Split could go their way as well.
That should have been around, or at least a duel or a battle loss, sorry, towards that B main. Two players swinging perfectly into Scary Shark. Maybe they were a little bit lined up too. So that two-piece there, and then the Paranoia from Blue Owl. It hit all three on the top of B Heaven, but all they did was spray into that direction and took her down too. So it was difficult for them to anchor up that B site after losing so much so early. Unfortunate, as now it's a chance for the Puppy Thieves to actually steal this one back. It's such a good lead here for MEOW at the beginning, but it's now Puppy Thieves that once again takes full control of this map of Split.
Poison's off.
Just that wall alone is marking like 2 or 3 people shooting at it. Like, Catface aren't really hiding their numbers, and once the slow orb expires, this is used pretty early for Puppy Thieves, so St. Claus could watch this all cross by. Catface want to be loud and proud, but now they're starting to be worried about Vents control.
And yeah, it's just normal too. Now even a Prowler sees the person on the top of Vents. The thing is right now with the 3 players working on mid and breaking that wall, you've broken the wall, you've forced out the 2 slow orbs. That means that if you're trying to hit towards that B side, the only thing that could slow you down is a Paranoia. There's not going to be a wall of slow orb on that side, so you're in a perfect position right now to at least trade off from the Paranoia, especially if the Satchel and a dash can close in the gap from this Paranoia.
Scary Shark trying to be that ultimate anchor combined with Terror.
30 seconds left.
Now from the good old days of the 100 Thieves, they're now trying to be the top dogs, but a blind. Oh, Scary Shark manages to get into cover, tucks away. Terror wants to wrap behind. Scary Shark emerges. 2 kills, 2 fall for Catface. And 3 left still to plant. And the smokes are in place, but so is St. Claus, who has been such a clutch master for this defense. Now this is where all the cards come tumbling down. This is for the win, and Puppy Thieves have done it. They've cashed in their ticket to the semi-final.
A nice little retake towards the end as well. Beautifully done towards this whole series, but it's still, as you mentioned, going to be Puppy Thieves moving forward. A decisive win at the same time too from the first map, but at least if you're looking at it from the side of Catface here, Lemon QE, they should still remain positive about it because they kept that second map fairly close.
A much better map out of Catface to force that OT after being down 4-8 in that split, and exciting to see them hopefully do better in that lower bracket because there is some serious talent on the Catface side. But holy, do the Puppy Thieves. I mean, the fragging department was absolutely insane from them, from Zoriental on the first map to St. Claus. The amount of multi-kills on the lurks on the offense alone, I think, secured so many rounds for them.
Yeah, very well done. And with that, again, it's going to be Puppy Thieves moving forward, and we'll go into a break, and when we have a chance to come back, we'll talk to the winners as well, which are Puppy Thieves.
Saying goes, every dog has its day, and even someone as young as a puppy, that day is today. Puppy Thieves take down Catface 2-0 for the final time. Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined with Dryad and Wyatt on the desk, and I'm not going to say pun. Actually, no. I was going to do another one. We're going to keep it real because what a performance and what tenacity.
The Dan reaction. Crazy.
What tenacity from Puppy Thieves Dryad to stay there even when Catface were making that comeback and make this a 2-0.
It was kind of hard to tell. It really seemed like Catface was going to win for a minute. They started coming back in some very crucial rounds towards the end of that second half, and they really knew exactly how to play it out. They were winning those clutches, obviously, that I know we're going to be talking about just in a little bit, but from winning those clutches, they were speeding up the pace going to the rounds after. So it felt like for the other side, for Puppy Thieves, they never had any time to recover, any time to think about the 1v3 that they just lost, and so that took them all the way to overtime, and those 3 clutches as well being by the same player. It was honestly incredible for Catface, but we still get to see the signs of why Puppy Thieves wanted to go with this map. Even if they fail with it in the past, if they go for a compositional change, they go with the Sage that you see having a lot of pressure and a lot of impact on that A side when they're playing on the defense, and it was just a matter of time to get one of those hero plays at the end to close it out and get the win.
Yeah, honestly, like I was super impressed again with Elaborate. Their Vice has been really good in this stage. They were the catalyst of getting out to that early lead in the game as well on the first half, and I think are going to continue to be maybe the most pivotal piece of this roster as they now try to go through the lower bracket for Catface. But on the opposite side, I mean, man, you're just looking at the firepower in this game, and it's sick. Like, this team is so dangerous going through the upper bracket. They're still waiting to find out who they're going to play next, but damn, I'm not trying to play against them.
Yeah, I would.
Oriental is looking really, really crisp. I mean, Nora's Scary Shark has been consistent forever. And then, yeah, today we saw Terror kind of answer the question of, where are they going to go as far as the agent picks, individually, and where's the team going to go? What's the direction in the neonless meta? And, so far, all good. We saw the flexibility on both maps, and the stage worked out nicely.
Well, Dan, you brought up Blue Owl, and I'm glad you did, because Clutch Master coming out from Blue Owl, that scoreline would not have been what it was without Blue Owl, Dan. With the all three clutches going to them, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, all three of them. That was actually pretty insane. I don't think we get the chance to see those pretty often. And it wasn't just regular clutches that she was getting. It was just the most insane ones when it felt like it really was over for the team. It kept them alive. It pushed them all the way to overtime. I think this one as well was insane. At
So
1v3, both knowing what the player is going to be, they swing at the same time and they get shot down. Honestly, it felt like she was ready to get even more. It felt like on the other side for Puppy Thieves, some one and done plays that they were making or them swinging by themselves. And the Blue Owl was punishing every single one of them. So honestly, props to this player. I don't think we've heard much from her in the past, but I really want to see more of those. That was really sick.
A 100% clutch rate. We love to see it. Also 3 clutches, and she plays for Colon3, which I think is very, very cute. You brought them up a bit earlier, Wyatt. Let's talk about them. St. Claus. What a splash they have made. It's always so cool to meet new folks in GC and kind of get introduced to them, get reintroduced to them. But what a lights out performance from them, Wyatt. Seriously, some insane stuff coming in from St. Claus.
Yeah, no, I mean, she looks genuinely insane. Like GC NA star in the making, like top tier in the scene type player for real. The multi kills on Viper, just winning out so many rounds straight up. But beyond just like the aim or the mechanics, on both maps, I was so impressed with the decision making and the determination in the moment of like where the positioning is going to be. Constantly making great decisions in that regard. And like, yeah, and even in these clips, like, yeah, they're highlight reel worthy, but you're just seeing the little adjustments in the movement, the mechanics there being so smooth, the decision making with positioning looking good. Like, there's a lot going for them as a player. I'm super impressed.
I love saying GC star in the making, and let's meet them for a Verizon post-match interview. St. Claus, come to the front, take a seat, get comfortable.
Hello.
Because we have questions. Our first... Hello. Congratulations on a wonderful victory. I mean, my first question for you is going to be kind of just knowing, we want to know more about your competitive history. When you look at your VLR, when you look at your, your Twitter, you seem like a newer player, but I'd love to know like how you got into VALORANT, when you got into VALORANT, and when you started competing.
So I got into VALORANT when it just came out, and ever since I've been just playing ranked, trying to improve my skills, obviously. I've been Immortal for years now, and I never took competing seriously until recently. Actually, it was on like 2 or 3 months ago, and Baka Gods was my old team, if you guys know. They reached out to me because they needed a 5th, and my rank was like Immortal 3 Raidiant at the time. So they just took me in, no trial, no nothing, and shout out to them. They really got me to GC, and I've been loving GC ever since.
I mean, you have made such an impact on this scene. I mean, looking at Puppy Thieves, I mean, the 13-1 in the first round. Let's go there. Let's talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
Your map pick. And we're watching this, and it's like our jaws are dropping. St. Claus, talk to me about the philosophy of your ascent and how you were able to 13-1 Catface on their own map pick.
So we realized that their comp is double sentinel, so obviously they're gonna play really slow. They have very little flashes, like Omen Flash, Advice Flash. So we knew, like, yeah, we can't really like let them get too much space. So we kind of like took some space, but like not obviously go in too much because they're defaulting very heavily, playing really slow. And they hit my site like 90% of the time, and we won like all those rounds. So I mean, they couldn't take my site. So yeah.
I mean, it's so brilliant from you all, but especially you. Then going to the second map, that was closer. We had some clutch moments there.
Yes, that was great. Yeah,
was there an adjustment you made during overtime that you helped you kind of close it out in the first overtime, or was it just kind of more business as usual?
Yes. So obviously we lost some 1v3 clutches, which is very unfortunate, but we decided to readjust. So we knew that they started very heavy mid, but they didn't really do anything mid. Like they rarely did any splits. So we decided to start bumping on the sides after, they did the fake mid pressure. And that's what really helped us like win a lot of rounds, like towards the end, like especially in OT, we realized like they're faking mid pressure. We got early info on A, and we just stacked A and like other stuff like that. So Yeah.
I love the easy. You know, and you know that to a T right away. You're able to bring
Yes,
it back.
yes,
I
yes.
love that. I mean, I think so many people are going to be meeting you for the first time right now, right? Is this your first
Yes.
interview you've done?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh,
and
well,
I'm like
welcome.
brand new. Yep.
Oh, I
hello.
mean, you're.
Thank God.
I think that so many people are like, I see so many people in chat like shouting your name, becoming fans of you because
Oh,
of
yeah.
just how good you are. I'm going to ask a couple questions about this. What does it mean to be a part of GC right now in this moment where kind of the parity has never been better?
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think the main part about me is like I like meeting new people, and everyone in GC has been extremely like so kind to me. Like, especially as a new player, like no one really knows about me yet, but they've all shown me like a lot of respect, a lot of kindness, and I'm appreciating that a lot. And yeah, I love GC. It's a really good community to me. Yeah.
Well, we love having you in it. I would love to learn about just how do you think you've improved as a competitor? Because you're new to competing. You've played the game since its release and its inception, but competing in the game and playing ranked are two very different beasts, I'm sure you've learned.
Yep. So comparing to ranked and like competing, right? Ranked, like, just do whatever you want. Like, who cares, right? Like, just run it down, basically. I mean, your teammates, like, you can't really control your teammates, but in like competing, you have your teammates, they're there for you, they'll listen to you. And that really helps me as a player because like I don't have to like, I don't know, mental boom. And like I've never like had a bad mental in competing. And competing, it's just like I just love how everyone listens to you. Like all the calls I make, they just listen, they just trust me. And I love that, especially as a lurker. Yes, because I lurk a lot, and if I call them to come back to me, they'll come back. So, yeah.
And my last question for you before I let you go, celebrate your win, is you're looking good in the upper bracket, right? You're looking strong. You're looking like a absolute, Wyatt said it earlier, we do not, if we were a team, we would not want to face you whatsoever. And you guys are aiming, you guys have that aggression. Is there a team that you're looking forward to facing? Or is there a team that it doesn't really matter, anyone can catch these paws?
So honestly, I mean, anyone could catch these paws. I mean, we're all ready for it. Like, we're not scared of anyone. But yeah, but the most like team I'm looking forward to facing is SR. We lost to them in Swiss, and it was very close. Very close. But now that like we scrim a lot, and with our experiences, I know we can beat SR, and I know we can win this whole thing. I believe in my team so much, and I'm so glad that like they found me, and they picked me up. So shout out to Puppy Thieves.
Shout out to Puppy Thieves. Well, St. Claus, it was so wonderful to meet you. I think you have made so many fans just now, but I'm going to let you go celebrate your win and rest up for the rest of your bracket.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, guys.
Bye-bye. I didn't want to break the news that we're SR right now, but if we could show that bracket, because if some of you guys might not be aware, St. Claus is literally a star in the making. I'm so serious. This bracket, we must break the news that SR Gold have actually fallen to the lower bracket and will be facing Warada tomorrow, Wyatt, which feels like we're back a year ago.
Grand finals looking matchup in my lower bracket round 1. Huh?
It's right, and we're looking at this, and we don't know where cafes are going to line up, but we have to either say goodbye to Shopify Rebellion Gold, 2-time world champions tomorrow, Wyatt, or Warada or LCQ gods.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then, I mean, we'll see what happens in this game. Still yet to finish with Swim versus the Sen Otters, but listen, after that split game, you have to feel like MEOW are dangerous. They're capable of a little upset win, even though they're one of the lower seeds in this tournament at 7th. Like, they show that they have some resilience, that they have the individual talent, they have the clutch factor, so you cannot sleep on them in the lower bracket tomorrow either.
And now also looking at that upper bracket, Dan, we're looking at a Ghost Gaming, the team that took down Shopify Rebellion Gold, versus a FlyQuest who handled Warada. That is going to be a lights out game in the quarterfinals as well.
It's going to be really good, and like you guys were mentioning, that first lower bracket matchup, it is going to be insane. That is the matchup that we were seeing in the grand finals last year at this point, so it is insane to think about it. But that also is just props to Ghosts that have been quietly improving, making changes, looking better and better, kind of the underdog going into this tournament. And also a FlyQuest that for the first time, again, this year going into kickoff, they were finally able to win, which is something that they've been fighting for since, I think, 2023. So everybody kind of making their own accomplishments in different ways. And also, in the meantime, you have some crazy matchups that you never imagined would happen in that round 1.
Thing is, SRG have lost, right? But they have never fallen to lowers until now, which just goes to show it is evidence that the parity in GC, like I said, has never been better. And you're right here watching it as the best part. Well, friends, that's going to be it for us today. On behalf of production, the casters at the desk, everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make decisions, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow. All right?